Hare Krishna, गाओ इसमें बजाओ नहीं। हरे बिना माइक के हरे राम हरे राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे बोलो हरे राम 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 हरे हरे बोलो हरे राम हरे कृष्णा हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे बोलो हरे राम हरे कृष्णा हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Bolo bolo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Bolo bolo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. দাসে করুণা করি করি দাসে করুণা দাসে করুণা করে দাসে করুণা করি হে বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর দয়ার সাগর হে দাসে করুণা করি দয়ার সাগর হে বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর দয়ার সাগর হে দাসে করুণা করি হে বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর দয়ার সাগর হে বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর দয়ার সাগর হে দাসে করুণা করি হে বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর দয়ার সাগর দিয়া পদ ছায়া শোধ হে আমায় তোমার চরণ ধরি দিয়া পদ দিয়া পদ ছায়া সদ হে আমায় তোমার চরণ ধরি দাসে করুণা করি দাসে করুণা করি দাসে করুণা সে করুণা করে এ দাসে করুণা করে হে বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর দয়ার সাগর হে দাসে করুণা করি ও হে বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর দয়ার সাগর দাসে ছয় বেগা তুমি ছয় দশা সদি ছয় গুণ দেহ নাশে ছয় বেগা ছয় গুণ দেহ দাসে ছয় বেগা তুমি ছয় দশা সদি ছয় গুণ দেহ দাসে ছয় শত সঙ্গ দেহ হে আমার বসেছি সঙ্গের আসে ছয় শত সঙ্গ দেহ হে আমার বসেছি শত সঙ্গ দেহ হে আমার বসেছি সঙ্গের আসে শত সঙ্গ ও হে বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর দয়ার সাগর হে দাসে করুণা করি ও হে বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর একাকী আমার নাহি পায়ে বলো হরিনাম সংকীর্তনে একাকী একাকী আমার নাহি পায়ে বলো হরিনাম সংকীর্তনে একাকী বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর তুমি কৃপা করি শ্রদ্ধা বিন্দু দিয়া দেহ কৃষ্ণ নাম ধানে দেহ কৃষ্ণ নাম ধানে দেহ কৃষ্ণ নাম বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর দয়ার সাগর এ দাস করুণা করি কৃষ্ণ সে তো মারো কৃষ্ণ দিতে পারো তোমার শক্তি আছে কৃষ্ণ সে তোমার কৃষ্ণ সে তো মারো কৃষ্ণ দিতে পারো তোমার শক্তি আছে কৃষ্ণ তব পাছে পাছে দাহি তব পাছে পাছে দাহি তব পাছে পাছে ও দাহি তব পাছে পাছে দাহি তব পাছে পাছে হে দাসে করুণা করি দাসে হে দাসে করুণা করি ও তোমার চরণ ধরি তোমার চরণ তোমার চরণ ধরি sakati aate tumharo sakati aate tumharo sakati aate tumharo sakati tumharo sakati aate tumharo sakati aate गोसाई है वैष्णव ठाकुर वैष्णव ठाकुर वैष्णव ठाकुर जय वैष्णव ठाकुर जय जय वैष्णव ठाकुर ऐन्द्र प्रभु वैष्णव ठाकुर जय ऐन्द्र प्रभु जय जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद जय श्रील प्रभुपाद निताई गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताई गौर राधे श्याम जय कृष्ण बलराम निताई गौर राधे श्याम जय कृष्ण बलराम ओ निताई गौर राधे श्याम जय कृष्ण बलराम ओ निताई गौर राधे श्याम जय कृष्ण बलराम निताई गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताई गौर हरि निताई गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि
That tune you were singing, I heard it in a Bombay musical movie. And I said, yeah, they stole it from Krishna, and I'm stealing it back. If we all come together in Harinam Sankirtan, there's less to practically no chance of fighting and like envy, and everything is just made very smooth and nice. So, not just amongst devotees, but make the whole world peaceful. There was a group cool boy who was worshipping little Gauranitai deities, and his father considered him unfit to worship these deities. He gave those Gauranitai deities to Aindra, and those are his original Nitai Sachi Sutta deities.
Krishna Krishna Hare
Prabhupada's Brijabasi friend named Kapoorji, and he had a dream where Prabhupada appeared to him and said, "Why is there no 24-hour kirtan in my temple?" And he found Aindra, and the way Aindra said, of all the people he decided to tell this to, he decided to tell it to me. And then Aindra just got caught up in the emotion. He started crying also, and he decided, all right, I'm going to start the 24-hour kirtan. Aindra was in charge of Damodarastakam. He'd make the roster, who would lead it, and he himself would lead it once a week, 4 times in the month. And he's going to lead the first Damodarastakam on Sarat Purnima, and it would be like a wham, bam, tour de force, like 3 hours, from 6:30, and, in complete exaltation and ecstasy. If someone was to join the kirtan part, we say you have to take a vow before Prabhupada, the spiritual master, the fire, Radha Shyama Krishna Bharam, Gornitai, to follow the 5 regulative principles. No meat, fish, or eggs, no intoxication, no gambling, no intoxication, and
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. हरिनाम संकीर्तन यज्ञ की जय, हरे कृष्ण महामंत्र की जय, शील प्रभुपाद की जय, His Grace Aindra Prabhu की जय, इताई गौर प्रेमानंदे हरि हरि बोल। Yeah.
Someone said, "Hey, Indra, that tune you were singing, I heard it in a Bombay musical movie." And I said, "Yeah, they stole it from Krishna, and I'm stealing it back." If we all come together in Harinam Sankirtan, there's less to practically no chance of fighting and like envy, and everything is just made very smooth and nice. So, not just amongst devotees, but make the whole world peaceful.
Of Aindra Prabhu speaking. We're going to hear Aindra Prabhu's last lecture that he spoke spontaneously in the temple room. There was a day, sometime in the spring of 2010, someone didn't come to give the class, And so they spontaneously asked Aindra Prabhu, the speaker isn't here, can you give the class? So we're going to watch his speech now. Hare Krishna.
We don't have any qualification to attain anything worthy of attainment by any other process than the process advocated and ordained for the deliverance of the fallen conditioned souls in this kaliyuga. It's a philosophical conclusion. We are not fit to perform meditation. Even we are not fit in Kali Yuga to perform Astakaliya Lila Smaran. It is not within our capacity, practically speaking. We can boast of some, hopes and aspirations to do these things. But according to Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur in Ragbart Machandrika, he says that even though Smarana is one of the main angas of Raganuga Sadhan Bhakti, still that cannot be possibly achieved without performing Sankirtan of the holy names of Krishna. There's no possibility to achieve the superlative result or the completion of any other anga of devotional service without coupling it with the Yuga Dharma in this age of Kali, Harinam Sankirtan. Therefore, stress is given by our acharyas about the necessity to engage in the performance of Harinam Sankirtan. So humility means to recognize that as we are Kali Yuga rejects, we are not qualified for any other activities. We're not qualified for karma. We're not qualified for gyan. We're not qualified for yoga. We're not qualified for meditation. We're not qualified for performing big jagyas. Costly, gallons and gallons of ghee. We're not qualified to perform opulent deity worship. What can we offer the deities? Some plastic trinkets. Where's the gold? Where's the diamonds? Where are the rubies? Where are the sapphires? Where's the immense wealth that is actually required for performing opulent deity worship? We are not qualified. None of us are qualified. It doesn't matter, PhD, MA, MBBS, whatever it may be. You are not qualified. You and I, we are not qualified to do any action other than the performance of Sankirtan Jagya. To the extent that you are humble, to that extent you'll realize the need to engage your invaluable human form of life, your time and energy, in the performance of Sankirtan Jagya, and also in the performance of other corollary activities which will help to foster your attachment to the performance of the Yuga Dharma Nam Sankirtan. Therefore, we engage in deity worship, we engage in Bhagavad Shravan, we engage in Prasad Seva, we engage in Mandira Marjan, etc. Because these things also help us. They're meant to help us, but if we are niyamagraha in our approach, then it means we don't know the purpose behind the things which we're doing. We don't know that the purpose of the deity worship is to increase our attachment to the chanting of the holy names. We don't know that the purpose of hearing Bhagavad is to increase our attachment to the chanting of the holy names. We don't know that, let's say, living in or serving in a nice, clean temple, therefore Mandira Marjan, the purpose of the thing is to facilitate our congregational chanting of the holy names of Krishna. The purpose of our management is to facilitate the congregational chanting of the holy names of Krishna. The purpose of our sadhu sangha is to remind each other about the importance of chanting the holy names of Krishna. In Kaliyuga, there is no other dharma than the chanting of the holy name. It is the supreme anga of devotional service. It is the supreme aspect of the principle of Jaiva Dharma. Therefore, humility. Realize that you'll never get taste if you don't do it. You'll only get taste for chanting the holy name by chanting the holy name. There's no other way, there's no other way, there's no other way. Kalo nastyeva, nastyeva, nastyeva gatiranyata. Only one way. Hare Nama, Hare Nama, Hare Nameva Kevalam. We must take this seriously if we actually want to make progress to the goal of Krishna Prema. So therefore, Trinada Pisunichina. Toror Iva Suhishnana. What does that mean? Tolerance. Tolerance like the tree means standing up against all odds. Whatever it takes for us to get it right. Even if innumerable people criticize us for just being, oh, that's just Harinam. You know, we want that money. You know, we want the book scores. We want the, you know, the big temples. We want to see something practical. You know, which will gratify our pragmatic mindset. Don't be so idealistic. Chanting Hare Krishna will solve all your problems. That's a little simplistic, isn't it? Yes, it's simple for the simple. Simple for the simple. Those who can simply understand what it is that Srila Prabhupada actually came to give us. Everything else is ultimately superfluous if we don't develop an attachment to the chanting of the holy name of Krishna. If we develop attachment to the chanting of the holy name of Krishna, and we serve to help everyone else develop that attachment to the chanting of the holy name, then everything else starts to make sense. So, standing up against all odds. Toror Iva Suhishana. Amanena means not desiring to be recognized as having the fitness for anything else than the congregational chanting of the holy name. And Manadena means to respect everyone else in terms of their real self-interest. Their real self-interest is to get prema. And the recommended process for every living entity in this Kali Yuga for getting prema is the congregational chanting of the holy names of Krishna. Therefore, Amanena, Manadena, and then put it to practical reality. Kirtaniya Sadahari. Kirtaniya Sadahari means to always be engaged in performing kirtan of the holy names. Primarily the holy names. Nam, Rup, Guna, and Lila. These things are all there. Within Nam is included Rup, Guna, and Lila. It's almost time for my Super Soul class to be over.
So everyone chant Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
But it's not over yet. I still have a couple of minutes left to wrap it up. So therefore, Yasya Deve Para Bhaktir, Yata Deve Tatha Guru. If one has faith, that kind of faith, in Nam, Kali Kali Nama Rupa Krishna Avatar. When it says Yasya Devi, it means Yasya Nama. Having faith in Nam, and similar faith in the words of Sri Guru, who is representative of the holy name of Krishna. Then, of course, Para Bhakti ultimately means Rag Maya Bhakti. Para bhakti, there's apara bhakti and para bhakti. Apara bhakti means bhakti which is still conditional or contaminated by the influence of the modes of material nature. And then there's para bhakti, which is transcendental to the modes of material nature. So for one who has implicit faith in Nama and in Nam Guru, implicit faith, meaning transcendental faith, not just faith, but transcendental bhakti. It doesn't say Yasya Devi Para Shraddha, it says Yasya Devi Para Bhakti. Transcendental bhakti, transcendental, spontaneous, unalloyed devotion. If one has this transcendental, loving devotion to Sri Harinam, Nami, and Sri Gurudev, then what happens? Kasyaite katita yarta prakashanta mahatmana. That all the imports of the revealed scriptures are automatically revealed from within by the grace of Chaita Guru, the supersoul aspect of Lord Krishna situated within the heart. So, are there any questions?
There's a comment.
Comments?
We'd just like to thank Aindra Prabhu for reminding us the real purpose why we are here. To be attached to the holy name. Without being attached to the holy name, we'll not be able to please the Supreme Lord and His representative, Srila Prabhupada. So big Haribol for Aindra Prabhu and the holy name. That's not loud enough. One more time. Haribol! Sri Harinam Sankirtan ki! Dhanyawad. Any question?
Any question?
Here.
Again, thank you for reminding us of our Supreme Lord Prabhu.
Radhe, Radhe.
But as you said, this is the yajna for kaliyuga. As we know, like you remind us, and again in class we hear this, that this is the supreme goal and this is yajna for a kaliyuga. So, like conditions also as our restriction or our whatever, we are not able to perform it like 24 hours or whatever. So what should we do? Like at least we should do that time or this much time Harinam. Like we chant our 16 rounds or so called, trying to chant 16 rounds. So other than what we should do practically, like we should do Harinam at least like congregational chanting for how many hours or what, that we should get some taste somehow or other in whatever.
Like I said, we are all very sick because we still have so many anarthas, and the point that I was beginning to raise, which maybe got diverted from slightly, that the anarthas which arise from offenses against the holy name go on all the way up till Vastu City, when you get your spiritual body in the Leelas of the Lord. And the main difficulty is maintaining material attachments even after understanding so many instructions and not having complete faith in the chanting of the holy name, which is counted as one offense, the 10th offense against the holy name. That is basically the root cause of all of our problems. Because we do have ample opportunity for sadhu sangha. Anyway, at least if you seek, you shall find. You know, so, but then, what do? with that sadhu sangha. Sadhu sangha primarily means to hear from the sadhu, or to inquire, and then naturally we'll hear some instructions, and then those instructions, if we don't free ourselves up from the material attachments, which obstruct our absorption in the chanting of the holy name, which disallow us from actually sufficiently performing the yajna so that we can actually gain the tangible experience of the efficacy of its performance. People who are, let's say, on the ethereal platform or on the mental platform or intellectual platform even, they may understand theoretically by hearing from sadhus that congregational chanting will solve all our problems, both material and spiritual. Material well-being follows spiritual well-being. So the solution to the problem is not a material solution, it's a spiritual solution to engender spiritual well-being. Then all of our material problems will also be solved. But if we don't apply ourselves to the process due to our lack of faith, then it's like catch-22, it's a vicious circle. You don't gain the experience by which your faith is solidified, but by engaging sufficiently, because after all we're very sick. We need a certain regimen. Just like there are certain prohibitions, contradictions, or contraindictions, where there's something that you should not eat, and you should only eat so many times in a day, or maybe you should eat more. It's just like one of our kirtan devotees, Aindra Prabhu, he has a disease called hypoglycemia, which means he has low blood sugar. Low blood sugar means that if he doesn't eat more, then his blood sugar goes down. So also we need certain sweetness running through our blood in the form of the Madhurya Nam, relishment of the sweetness of Harinam. So we have to take more. It's just like if you're very sick, if you have pneumonia, for example, and you think that, well, I can go on eating whatever I want, and I don't like this bitter medicine, because of the jaundice-like tongue. I don't like to chant Hare Krishna. I have no taste. It's like bitter. Rock candy becomes bitter. The example is given of a man diseased with jaundice. But the only solution to the problem is not that by taking one antibiotic tablet, every other month, that you're going to get, well from your pneumonia condition. It's not that just by taking one little drop of sugarcane juice and, oh, that's too bitter, I can't tolerate it. So then you're not going to solve the problem by not taking the medicine. Therefore, Vaidhi Bhakti. What is Vaidhi Bhakti? Vaidhi Bhakti means you must rise early in the morning during the Brahma Muhurta hours where you get 1,000 times the benefit of your Nam Bhajan and come to the Mangalarti. There's a conch shell blowing. Conch shell blows. Why? It's to assemble everyone. For what? To do eye exercises with our jelly eyeballs, Google-eyeing the deities? That's what we're coming for? All right, on one level, okay, something's better than nothing. But The real principle is we're coming before the deity so that the deity will see us happily engaged in chanting and dancing, engaging in Nam Sankirtan. The morning program is set up to facilitate everyone's absorption in Sankirtan Jugya, the congregational chanting of the holy name. Therefore, there's need to do more Hare Krishna mantra chanting to facilitate, instead of spending the whole Mangalartik chanting everything else, and then maybe 10 or maybe 5 or maybe only 3 Hare Krishna Maha Mantras tagged on at the end. You'll never get a taste for doing Maha Mantra Sankirtan by doing it that way. At least half of the Mangalartik should be spent. If there's 20 minutes or 25 minutes, at least 10 or 15 minutes should be chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. And that was Srila Prabhupada's instruction. Not that we carry on and on, with everything else. More time should be spent chanting, and even if it goes over a couple of minutes extra because, we got at least 15 or 20 minutes worth of announcements to announce. We can't chant Hare Krishna for 2 more minutes because we got to follow the rule to make room for our announcement. Anyway, that was an unpaid for political announcement by Aindra Das. But nevertheless, the principle should be well taken. I'm not angry at anyone, because sometimes announcements are actually necessary. But chanting Hare Krishna is also very necessary. So therefore, I prefer to advocate that let's spend more time. If we want to save room for the announcements, then chant a little less of the other things so that you have more time to chant Hare Krishna. Then, at least for a few minutes in the morning, when you're getting 1,000 times the benefit during the Brahma Muhurta hour, you're performing Maha Mantra Sankirtan in the association of the devotees. And, after all, Srila Prabhupada's, mercy upon us here in Vrindavan is that there is a 24-hour kirtan where Maha Mantra Sankirtan is going on 24 hours a day. So make time. Find it within your heart. Give till it hurts. Give the necessary time to do the jugya, take your medicine, and start experiencing what it's like to get well. To get, the sweetness of Harinam instead of the bitterness on account of our disease, jaundice-like condition. Then, problem is solved. Do more Harinam Sankirtan and do more and more japa, as much japa as possible, because after all, japa is the life and soul of Nam Sankirtan. It's the strength of our Nam Sankirtan. It's the basis of our personal purity by which we can hope to perform empowered Nam Sankirtan for the pleasure of our spiritual masters and Krishna. Is that a little useful? Anything else before we wrap it up? Yes, Brajananda Prabhu. Don't forget, prasadam is starting pretty soon.
For a holy name, you told that we are qualified only for chanting holy name. The meanings behind that is that our qualification for everything is qualification for chanting of holy name.
No, the qualification is to realize that you're not qualified for anything else but. That is the actual qualification. As long as you're thinking that you're qualified for something else, that indicates a lack of humility, a false pride in oneself. And on account of that false pride, one will lack taste for chanting the holy name due to false pride. So therefore, solution is chant more. Realize that we have no other, that there's no other way, there's no other way, there's no other way in this age of Kali. And Krishna will help from within. He'll lift the veil of Yoga Maya and allow you to actually see the true form of the holy name within your heart. Actually, the vast majority of us are so fallen and wretched Kali Yuga rejects that we are not even qualified for chanting the holy name because of that element of false pride. We're so fallen. Therefore, Prabhupada said that he's straining his brain to find other engagements for us. Why? Because we don't have a taste for chanting the holy name. Other engagements. We're so fallen, so unqualified. If we at least had a little understanding and actually took shelter of the process of Nam Bhajan, Nam Sankirtan, then we would gradually start to become more and more qualified. Prabhupada is, I read it myself. Tamal Krishna Maharaj told me about the conversation. Unfortunately, I can't find it on folio anymore, so I don't know what happened to it. But there was a statement, and I personally read it because Tamal showed me the thing. I just can't remember where it was, or else it's been removed or something, or I just can't remember the actual word to punch in to, have the thing surface in the folio. But there was a statement where Srila Prabhupada said that actually our only real business is to sit in the holy dham and chant the holy names of the Lord. But because you have no taste for this, therefore I'm pushing you for so many other engagements like opening temples and restaurants and so many other engagements. Because we have no taste for sitting in the holy dham and chanting the holy names. We don't have any taste for our real business, our only real business. We have taste for everything else, but we don't have much taste. But actually, although other engagements like Mandira Marjan, cleaning the temple, and performing deity worship, and going out on book distribution, and so many other engaging in life membership program as Prabhupada inaugurated that. All of these engagements, for the purpose of gradually purifying our heart so that eventually we'll have enough spiritual intelligence to realize that we should be chanting more and more in order to actually experience what it's like to taste, in a practical sense, the holy name of Krishna. Hare Krishna. This is not fanaticism. It is real pragmatism. It is not fanatical idealism. It is the highest pragmatism.
Aindra Prabhu ki jai. Now we'll start with the next section of our program. We will invite devotees to glorify Aindra Prabhu. We humbly ask that you a little bit consider the time. We generally have many people that would like to speak. So we would like to start by calling our temple president, His Grace Panchagoda Prabhu. And then after him, Dinabandhu Prabhu.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Tiname Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Charane Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschacha Deshatarane Srila Prabhupada ki Aindra Prabhu ki jai. Hey, Mukunda. So it's hard to, I say, glorify enough devotees who have dedicated their lives for assisting Srila Prabhupada to spread the Sankirtan mission. I know Aindra Prabhu was in Washington, D.C., 1976, and Srila Prabhupada was visiting. I was there at that time too, and he was leading kirtan, and his contact with Prabhupada was, the Prabhupada gave him a really transcendental jai, that he was chanting the holy name nicely, and Prabhupada was appreciating. So the history is a little bit more elaborated by Ram Roy in his podcast. He's giving a little more explanation of what, if you want, it's a nice little podcast that was put out. I was watching the other day. But I came to Vrindavan in 1993 with the family. So that was the time we spent with Aindra Prabhu, because I was vice president. So he was, there was always a real mystical flavor. You could feel his intensity, especially when we were in the room with Sachi Sutta and all the different Shilas. He would sit and discuss with devotees, and even his kirtans in the temple room were very, very special, that it was moving for the devotees. Were just drawn in, a little bit magnetic. And he had that desire to render service in a very intense way. He didn't want to just do it in a casual way. He was very, I guess he comes from a family of musicians. They played many things. He played flute and a little guitar and this and that. And of course, he was empowered just by taking on the yagya of starting the 24-hour kirtan. In the beginning, there was no devotees hardly. And so sometimes they would do hours and hours and hours, just one or two devotees, isn't it? Like that. It was just a lot of surrender. But by his tapasya, by his determination, and by his empowerment of enlivening the youth and people all over the world for the holy name. Before this whole electronic digital marketing and broadcasting, he also had that desire to spread the holy name all over the world. And in Vrindavan, he seemed eccentric, but actually his heart was with Prabhupada and the intense mood of devotional service. Not everyone could understand how, everything was we have traditional ISKCON and sometimes the GBC and administrations, they would feel maybe he's too esoteric. People might, start thinking of Gopi Baba and this and that. But he had a rough exterior, but a very soft heart. He was very loving, and sometimes like childlike, very gentle, and sometimes Indra thunderbolt-like. He can throw that thunderbolt, and he wanted devotees to be serious, to work towards, singing in a pure mood with love, not just technique and meter and see who can outdo who in the alap, this or that. But he felt that the chanting of the holy name is the Yuga Dharma. I know at that time there was, he wanted to make his first cassette tapes. Somehow I supported it with the money, but some people didn't pay it back, right? Bhagavan, something. But anyway, some of the most incredible tapes came out, and then CDs afterwards, and wherever you would go in the world, you would hear Aindra Prabhu's kirtan, and wherever you would see the videos, you see everybody so much right there participating, trying to learn how to involve others. He was involving, and as the pony starts riding or the kirtan starts getting intensified, then everybody's more and more into the kirtan. So this is a really wonderful example of a dedicated servant. And unless one is empowered by the Lord, he cannot spread the holy name. This Shakti, Parasya Shakti, Vividhaiva Shruyate, Shakti Vaishavatar. Anybody who's preaching the glories of Krishna, preaching the glories of the holy name, he's empowered by Krishna. And this is our inspiration to glorify, like Jayananda, pushing forward the Rath Yatra, and so many other devotees who were leaders. But he wasn't looking for like, I'm a leader. But this is the dedication, understanding clearly the importance of the holy name. So we had good relation, good friendship. And sometimes whenever managerial difficulties came, I always tried to support the 24-hour kirtan, because I also feel that if we take care of Sachi Sutta, the deities, take care of the devotees who are dedicating their time for the holy name, to chanting, providing facility, then we're also participant and get the benefits of helping spread the holy name around. And Krishna is more pleased when his devotees are glorified. Prabhupada is more pleased when his devotees are glorified. I told this the other day that Pragosh, big book distributor, he told Prabhupada, I want to thank you for allowing me to distribute, your books. And Prabhupada said, no, my Guru Maharaj thanks you. I thank you. And so Srila Prabhupada won the 24-hour kirtan, and I thought, he did it. He underwent. It's not easy to establish something and with a long endurance. How many years it's going now?
It's going to be 40 years this fall.
40 years. And when you see the pilgrims coming into Krishna Balaram Mandir, and you see and the kirtans roaring, their hair is standing on end, and they're all happy and smiling. That means the holy name is, penetrating their hearts. So I'm thankful that so many devotees, and they're so talented too. Everyone is putting forward so much energy to glorify Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, give happiness to Srila Prabhupada, and spread the message of Godhead far and wide. Now we have a high definition broadcasting. I won't tell you how much money we spent on cameras. You don't want to know. But people are amazed to see the deities, see the devotees, hear the kirtan, trying to give them more of the Guru Puja. We're all going around with Prabhupada and 24-hour kirtan, and the high definition is there. So people will naturally plug into ISKCONVrindavan.com, 24kirtan.com, Aindra Prabhu Ki Jai. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, thank you so much, Aindra Prabhu. Forgive me, Dinabandhu Prabhu. We will ask Mukunda Datta Prabhu. He has some scheduling. He just needs to speak so that we can still catch him, and we'll invite you next. Thank you so much.
Gurave Gaura Chandraya Radhikaya Tadalaya Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tadbhaktaya Namo Namaha Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhuvyevacha Paritanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Shivajadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Nama Eva Kevalam Kolam Nastyeva Gatyaranyata. His Grace Aindra Prabhu Ki, Srila Prabhupada Ki. So we are very fortunate to be here. The appearance day of Aindra Prabhu. Today, of course, is also the disappearance day of Bindu Ghosh, a great kirtaniya also. And Aindra Prabhu, he left on the Hira Panchami, which is the next day also Bakreshwar Pandit's disappearance day, another great singer, Mahaprabhu's associates. So I had the good fortune of meeting and spending a lot of time with Aindra Prabhu. First time I saw him was in New York. I went for a visit to New York in 1984, but then I spent 3 years there, and Aindra Prabhu was there, and he had started Harinam Sankirtan there in a very wonderful way, and most probably the first of taking one vehicle and turning that practically into a temple. So he had spent a lot of time making this vehicle kind of truck and opening from the side, and very nicely traditional decoration was there, just like an altar of a temple. And he had his deities there, Gonitai and deities of Prabhupada and Bhakti Siddhanta. And so he used to go every day from New York Temple, Skirmhorn Street, 05, and taking out a few devotees. At that time I was a pujari for the deities, and I was doing some preaching because I'd learned Hindi already to the Indian community. But then when I had some free time, then I used to go and meet him also. At one time also I was asked to take care of the new bhaktas. They didn't have a bhakta leader, so they asked me to do that also. So I went with the new bhaktas there and spending time with him, chanting the holy names. And almost every day I used to not only meet him on Sankirtan, but when he used to come back in the evening, so we used to discuss about Prabhupada's books, Mahaprabhu, Radha Krishna, in the evening time. And so I was immediately impressed by him, and we immediately had a very good bond and relationship, like good friends. He was elder than me, 7-8 years old, so he was like my elder brother also. So completely fixed in chanting the holy names, and he was very learned in scriptures, in Prabhupada's books, and Also, he was extremely austere. Every month, every year he was following Chaturmas, the most austere way, which is very difficult. Eating only Havishan, means khichdi, unspiced khichdi, and actually in a special way also Charayan Vrat. So on the full moon day of, the first day of, or the, when you take the Sankalpa for Chaturmas Vrat, and Vyas Purnima, and a nice plate, and then the Krishna Paksha is there, so the moon is decreasing, so he was decreasing the amount of his plate of khichdi. Till the new moon, there is a little amount, and then again increasing, so very austere. That is one part only of only eating once a day khichdi. But then the other part of that vrat is you have to put your hands behind the back and you have to put the prasadam on the floor. Of course, first he was cleaning the floor and then putting on the floor and eating from the floor. Of course, that not that we have to follow in his footsteps, but I just want to explain how he was extremely renounced. So, of course, his main contribution is the chanting of the holy names in a very wonderful way, with love and devotion. And then also he was inspiring the devotees because of his realizations, his knowledge of the scriptures. And the third thing, which was very impressive, he was expert in dressing the deities also. So in New York, he was rarely on the altar. He was mostly out on kirtan. But then in 1986, he decided to come to India for the 500th anniversary celebration of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's appearance. He went to Mayapur, and after that he came to Vrindavan, and he decided to stay. And first he also wanted to go with a truck for Harinam Sankirtan. But it was not easy to arrange a truck, and then he decided, let me just stay here. And he saw that the 24-hour kirtan was practically nil at that time. But he had heard that Prabhupada had started the 24-hour kirtan, and it was going on for a little while, and then it was stopped. So then in 1986, on the Ram Vijayotsav, just before Kartik, he officially started the 24-hour kirtan, and it has not stopped. It is still going on, and it is also to his, of course, credit, because of his enthusiasm, because of his purity. Of course, then Prabhupada's mercy is there, and Mahaprabhu's mercy, Radha Krishna's mercy, so he was empowered, and because of his desire to continue, and because of his care for the devotees and inspiring devotees, so now, therefore, it is still going on, and it is going on very nicely. Actually, when he left this world, I was thinking how the 24-hour kirtan will continue. I was very much thinking it will just fall apart, just like after Prabhupada left. But because he had inspired so many devotees, by his personal example, and then by his cassettes and then CDs, that it was all over the world, and devotees from all over the world, they became inspired by his wonderful kirtan, because actually of his devotion. And of course, he was singing beautifully also, but the main thing is, I feel the devotion. Because of his devotion, he was inspiring so many, especially the younger devotees. And sometimes even devotees, younger devotees who were not so much enthusiastic in chanting the holy names, japa, 16 rounds, but they used to like to be in his kirtan. And they were feeling so much inspiration and being with him and chanting the holy names. But then he used to make a point also, you have to chant your 16 rounds. Yes, and so he could talk. Many times he used to go and see him, especially in the early days when there were not many devotees to do kirtan. And not so many devotees used to go and be with him. If devotees used to come, he used to send them to do kirtan also. So I used to spend time with him, asking some questions, and then he was speaking sometimes for hours, 1, 2, 3 hours, practically non-stop. Very enlivening. But then, and the previous head pujari before me, 36 years before, so he was trying to take care of his pujaris, but sometimes it's not so easy to take care of the pujaris. So he was telling them something and they went on strike, and some Matajis had a chance to serve the deities. But then everyone was saying, well, we should have the brahmacharis, the Prabhu serving the deities, not the Matajis here in Vrindavan. And so but they had a chance for a few days. And then they asked Aindra Prabhu, and he was then dressing the deities, I believe almost 6 or 8 months. And he was dressing very, very beautiful. Before that, mostly in old ISKCON temple, the deity dressing was a kind of okay, but like the chadas straight, the crown straight, everything straight, the garland straight. Which is okay for Lakshmi Narayan. And first we should understand we are not this body, we are spirit soul, and Krishna is God. But it eventually some emotion should be there, and following the Brijbasis. So you have the bhav, and Krishna is Tribang Lalit, is bent in 3 places. His crown is also not straight, that is according to Shastra. And we can see here the Brijbasis, they know what kind of crown Krishna has, and it is mentioned in the scriptures, the name also. And Radharani also, Chandrika towards a crown, going towards Krishna. So he had knowledge of the scriptures in regard not only to chanting nicely in the different tunes, but in regards to the philosophy, in regards to deity worship also. Like for example, how many fingers Radharani has on the right hand, how many rings on the right hand, how many rings on left hand. 2 here on the right hand and 5 on each finger of the left hand, he has a ring. She has a ring. So all these small details he had found out from the scriptures, from the knowledgeable devotees also. And so therefore he was also, because of his love, devotion, because of his knowledge, he was able to dress the deities very nicely and with bhav. So therefore you could see then he started putting the chadas in a little curved way, and then so that it was looking like Krishna was really dancing. And the garland sometimes one side, sometimes the other side. So variety was there. And Radharani also. Similarly. So like garland, Krishna's garland this side, and Radharani is also this side. So like she's going towards Krishna. Sometimes the opposite way, Krishna is going towards Radharani. So with bhav he was doing. And yes, but so we have heard sometimes he was eccentric and very special. He was an artist, and usually artists are eccentric. How he transferred the brahmacharya ashram, that was wonderful too, by the way. Putting gobar under the pictures of photos of the deities, very transcendental and wonderful. When he went up there and see, and the ashram, brahmacharya ashram, and then his room. So, and yes, of course, so he was doing that for many months, and devotees were very much happy to see. Then Radhishyam, very beautiful. And one time, so he was dressing the deities, I was there also for darshan from outside, and he had a big smile, and then he was opening the curtain, and Jai, Radhishyam ki Jai. I saw Krishna didn't have the flute. And the flute was in Radharani's left hand. She stole the flute! And Jai. I thought it was wonderful. But of course, then some silly devotees, this is wrong. Why are you doing this? Don't do this anymore, otherwise you cannot dress the deities anymore. And then he was kind of disappointed. And then the next day, he dressed the deity one more time, but everything was a kind of simple. He didn't hang cloth, just the cloth was hanging down and garland straight. And then after darshan, he came to me and said, I think maybe you can continue with the worship. I don't feel inspired anymore to do the seva. I guess maybe it was Krishna's arrangement also to give me a little chance to serve the deities. And so anyway, so many experiences are there, and wonderful exchanges were there, and so much to say, but all the devotees are there. So I have to stop. I have to give class in VHE also. So, Aindra Prabhu ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Nitai Gaur Radhe Shyam, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. We'd really like to thank His Grace Mukundadatta Prabhu, and now we welcome His Grace Dinabandhu Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Om Ajnana-timirandasya Gyananjana-shalakaya Chaksurun Militam Jena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namah Sri Chaitanya-manubhistam Stapitam Jena Bhutale Sayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swavanandiyam Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Vancha kalpatrubhyascha kripa sindhubhaivacha patitanam bhavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namah. Harinam Sankirtan ki, Aindra Prabhu ki, Divine Grace to the Prabhupada ki. So this morning we heard wonderful class glorifying all the different, the Navavida Bhakti, 9 types of Bhakti. But in Chaitanya Charitamrita there's a very nice verse. It says, Navavida Bhakti Purna Nama Hoite Haya. That these 9 processes of bhakti, they're only complete with the chanting of the holy name, with Nam Sankirtan. Even one of them is here, chanting, Shravanam Kirtanam. It says, Navabhida Bhakti Purna Nama Hoita. When there's Nam Sankirtan, then it's complete. So Aindra Prabhu dedicated his whole life to this point, that whatever we're doing, the ultimate thing is chanting the holy name. We're building these big temples, we're maintaining these big temples, doing so many things, having Goshala, rolling life members. The main purpose is to sit and chant the holy name of Krishna. So we just heard Mukundadatta Prabhu telling how Aindra had his mobile temple in New York going around. It became quite famous. And I came here in 1984, then 1986, Aindra came, and like Mukundadatta said, he wanted to get the same thing, have a big truck with a temple and moving it. But those days, it's not like nowadays where we have so much funds, but those days things were a little tight, and nobody was willing to collect for such a thing because so many foreigners have come, but they get sick and they leave, and so a lot of difficulties were there. Somehow in 1986, that was also, they dragged me out of my Sankirtan bus, because actually this year, for the 50th anniversary, our dear associate and godbrother Pundrik Vidyanidhi came. He was the one, he went to Banskura, whatever you call it, in Bengal, where they make these wonderful neem deities of Gornitai. and he oversaw a carving of these beautiful deities of Nitai Sachi Sutta. Of course, that time we just called the Nitai Gauranga. They were in the back of our Sankirtan bus, and they went all over UP, MP, and Rajasthan. Then in 1986, somehow they dragged me out of the bus, and eventually that person who took over the bus, he didn't maintain it properly, and deities were practically neglected. So then eventually Aindra Prabhu took them, and now they became Nitai Sachi Sutta. I remember 50th anniversary, that time Prabhupada suggested or asked that we have a 24-hour kirtan. And at that time, India was a lot different those days. It was very, very austere. There was no bottled water like nowadays. You know, we were constantly sick. There was no air conditioners. There was none of these things were there. It was a different place, you know. Sometimes we were afraid to come to India. Oh, you get some strange disease and die. Now we're afraid to go to America. They'll shoot you. And it's the police are shooting. And people come here to get free from disease. They go to the treatment. But it was a different place. Eventually Aindra decided he would just sit here in Vrindavan. Because Prabhupada said, this is the beating heart. Prabhupada said, Vrindavan is the beating heart of ISKCON. So whatever's going on here will go around the world. So somebody had started when I was president, and my dear godbrother Sarvabhavana came, and he tried to make an attempt, but he was, you know, paying people to chant. So that chanting is like, you know, Hari Rupi, Rupee, Rupee. It's not so nice, you know. So, but Aindra was very strict, no payment. If anybody would do 24-hour kirtan with him, then they had to do it free. So we gave him some rooms up in the top, way up in the top of the old brahmachari ashram. And he started this program, and gradually it blossomed. Like it became a thing, and it became actually, people woke up to the holy name. All over the world, because this Vrindavan, Prabhupada says, the beating heart of ISKCON. This went all over the world. Now all over the world we see people doing, you know, 24-hour kirtans. They have their 40th anniversary, do 40-hour kirtans. I don't know why they don't call them and name them after Aindra, because he started this whole interest in sitting and chanting the holy name. There's Aindra's 24-hour kirtan. It was so amazing. And I never saw anybody so attached to the holy name. Aindra, he just loved to chant the holy name. It was we missed so much seeing him, you know. Aindra chanting there with his little angel-like face, chanting, and boy, if you played the kartal or mridanga wrong, whoa, that face changed. You got this zap from his eyes. I miss so much seeing that, you know. And gradually, people began to take up more interest in the holy name all over the world. Just like now there's so many retreats, holy name retreats. But just like now, our very dear friend Ram Roy, he went back and he's in New York doing Harinam on the streets every day. I was just in New York was it last year? I can't remember now. Everything's becoming a big blur. But I've definitely made time to go and sit with Ram Roy in the park there chanting Hare Krishna. Sometimes it's snowing, so he's down in the subway. Because I'm in the party for bringing Harinam back to the streets. Retreat is something you do when you're weak. Then you retreat, regroup your forces, and then you go back and fight. So let's take Harinam back to the streets. I'm in this movement, you know, wherever I go, especially if they have some facility for Harinam, we go out and do Harinam, sing those Of course, I'm from a different time, so I sing old Vishnu Jan Swami melodies. But everywhere I go in the world now, I hear Aindra's melodies. Because I was so embarrassed, I went home one time and my sister was there, and her daughter was there with her fiancé. And her fiancé asked me, "Why do you stay in India?" I said, "Well, I'm a member of the Hare Krishna movement." He said, "What's that?" And my sister started laughing. "Hey, we don't see you guys anymore." I was so embarrassed. But now Harinams are coming up all over the place. And it's, this is all, of course, ultimately it's Lord Chaitanya and Srila Prabhupada, but Aindra was the instrument to give us this, this faith and this attachment to chanting the holy name. And Aindra and I, we were completely opposite. You never saw him leave this Krishna Balaram Mandir. He was always here, and I'm all over Braj. But somehow one time we had a prison preaching program. And I can't remember if it was Agra or Mathura. Somehow we got him out, and we brought Aindra to the prison. And he did Harinam in the prison. And every time we would go back, they said, "Where's that guy with the red hair? Where's that guy with the red?" They loved him so much, even in the prisons. So this is, we owe so much to Aindra for interesting people in chanting the holy name. And we see now all on social media, everywhere you look, you just see always somebody's putting up a clip of, they went and they saw the 24-hour kirtan party and they're all dancing and spinning around and chanting the holy name. This is the whole purpose, to get people to chant the holy name. That's as we've heard all day long, it's the only way, it's the only way, it's the only way. So we're so much indebted to Aindra for reminding us that the whole purpose of Krishna consciousness is to sit and chant the holy name. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And like Mukunda Datta said, when Aindra disappeared, that was a big shock for all of us. And we wondered how things would go on. But we're amazed. I'm convinced Aindra, he's personally sending people. Because somehow there's just never enough room for, at least that's what I heard, they're running out of room to keep devotees who want to come and do the chanting. Because Aindra Prabhu's not there. When these devotees are chanting and dancing the holy name, Aindra is there dancing in their hearts before Radha Shyam Sundar. Aindra Prabhu ki! Sri Harinam Sankirtan ki! Savangari Srila Prabhupada ki! Jai Gaur Premanande. So I'll keep it short and sweet because many people want to glorify Aindra today. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Dinabandhu Prabhu. Next, we'd like to invite Her Grace Yasomati Mataji. Will you please come? I'll just read an excerpt from the biography of Aindra Prabhu. Srila Prabhupada had repeatedly desired 24-hour kirtan in Vrindavan. Several attempts had been made and had failed. What was missing? Brahmananda Prabhu, one of Prabhupada's first disciples, said it plainly. What was required to chant Hare Krishna 24 hours a day was someone who himself was prepared to chant Hare Krishna 24 hours a day. Aindra was that person. As Brahmananda said, in the beginning he was one man alone. But that's all that was required, even one man who was determined.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Tinamini Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharni Nirvisesha Sunyavadi Pashatya Deshatani. Hare Krishna. Sometimes I wonder what am I doing here, because I only met Aindra from a distance. I was in India from 1991, but I was in Mayapur. So of course, Mayapur, Vrindavan, My Purvasis always come to Vrindavan, plus my son was with Aindra, my other son was in Gurukul, so I did come. But I was too stuck in the identification of my Dharma, and when I saw him, I saw, no, he's brahmachari, I don't speak to him. So it was my misfortune that I never had direct association. My association is through his lectures, through his memories, through his teachings. So we started the glorification. Panchagoda said, how to glorify Aindra Prabhu. For me, it's very clear how to glorify Aindra Prabhu. You glorify Aindra Prabhu by keeping his mission, his Guru's mission, alive. To keep the 24-hour kirtan alive, to keep the propagation of chanting the holy name alive, but the way he did it. And it's a lot deeper than just the nice tunes. There's a lot more to it. I mean, we hear all the time, chant from the heart, chant from the heart, but do we even know what chant from the heart means? Do we know? I mean, he didn't need to say that because his heart was so deep that it would just flow. Now, how did he get that heart? Sometimes he would say, you can copy my tunes, but you can't copy my consciousness. So it's not a matter of copying, it's a matter of growing that consciousness. And the way you grow that consciousness is by studying how he lived, studying how he, what he studied, what he read, what he did. He served the deity. He lived purely. He strictly followed the instructions of his guru. I can understand more what Srila Prabhupada says by hearing it through Aindra than by hearing it directly. And I was initiated in 1972. But there's things that I can understand better when I hear it from Aindra Prabhu. Another thing that was said quite more than once is how eccentric he was. I think it's not so much that he was eccentric, it's that maybe he was premature in our movement at letting his soul shine through. He passed away. He was in his 50s. And in my observation, when devotees turn around 70, they start being more who they truly are, or maybe 65, 70. Like Dinabandhu, we know Dinabandhu is Braj. He has his identity. But Aindra Prabhu established his identity a long, long time ago, that he was about chanting the holy name. That was the most important thing. So that was his eccentricity, was to be one of the first to really be himself in everything that he did. So I think that everyone that's here today is probably or would like to be known as a Aindra Prabhu follower or well-wisher. So I would like to plead with you that you become familiar with what he says and what he did, and make that your life, not just the tunes. The tunes are only one part of him. I remember I wrote on my wall at one point, because he said, first, how does it go? First deserve, then desire. And Aindra Prabhu says, yes, the way you deserve is by desiring. So not that you think all the time that, oh, that's too high. That was touched on also, that maybe he was a Gopi Bhava kind of guy, or, well, what's wrong with Gopi Bhava anyway? I mean, the cliche word, Gopi Bhava, to form a little group, not let others in, and to only speak about certain topics. The way it was reported to Srila Prabhupada did not approve. But what is wrong with developing the bhava of the gopis? What sampradaya are we in? Are we not supposed to be Rupanugas? Are we not supposed to practice Raganuga Bhakti? Let's get serious also about knowing what this Krishna consciousness is about. Yes, of course it's about chanting the holy name, but in what mood? In what consciousness? Study what Aindra Prabhu said, not superficially. And don't be scared to desire to qualify. Don't be afraid. You know, in the last verse of Rasa Panchadya, Sukadev Goswami. Now, would everybody agree that Sukadev Goswami is our authority? Yes. So what does Sukadev Goswami say? He says that by hearing with faith about the pastimes of Radha and Krishna, automatically the disease of the heart, that lust, becomes extinguished. He's not talking about or deserve. No, he's talking about, yes, you have to hear it with faith. So maybe you develop your faith and then you hear from people who are able to give you that faith and get that lust removed so that you're left with that desire for chanting the holy name and pleasing Radha and Krishna in all your actions. That's Raganuga Bhakti, as far as I know. I'm not a scholar. I was a mom for many years, and now I'm just a useless old person. I guess I'm still a mom to anybody who wants to be a son or a daughter to me. So let's glorify Aindra Prabhu by living his memory to the best of our ability and not putting a roof on our spiritual advancement. Hare Krishna. Aindra Prabhu ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Mataji. Next, we'd like to invite His Grace Mukunda Datta Prabhu. Thank you so much for coming. Aindra has written, this Krishna consciousness movement is not Lord Chaitanya's Archan movement. It is not Lord Chaitanya's kitchen religion prasad distribution movement. Neither is it Lord Chaitanya's management meetings movement. We would do very well to clearly mark that the Krishna consciousness movement happens to be Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan movement. Please.
Hare Krishna. Om Ajnanatimidandasya Jnananjana Shlakaya Chakshur Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripasindhuga Evacha Paritanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. What we heard this morning in the Srimad Bhagavatam is apparently very different than what we just heard the moment before I came here. Very, very different emphasis. The problem is that the Absolute Truth is by nature full of valid contradictions, and we have to somehow reconcile those within our hearts and within our intellect as well. I used to go out on Sankirtana with Aindra Prabhu in the 1970s. I was so young in the beginning when I joined. Not many of my godbrothers took me very seriously on account of that. But he was always very nice to me. And I always appreciated that he had such a deep taste for kirtan. Any excuse he could find to do kirtan, he would start and begin like that. He found a way over the years to engage that propensity, which was apparently natural to him, in somehow spreading Krishna consciousness worldwide, and he did. You cannot deny that Bhaktivinoda Thakur defined the characteristic of an empowered preacher as someone who gets other people to chant Hare Krishna. Aindra Prabhu did that. Whole generations still going on, inspired through his kirtans. So that was a great, it's something that we're all very proud of, and it's something that we should be proud of. It's something we should emulate. I'm not up to his standard in so many ways, and I'm not proud of that, but that's just the way it is. He was always, and up until the end, a very consummate sadhaka. That was his life and soul. But as we said, he was using that to preach in such a way that really had a major effect worldwide. So we have contradictions in our philosophy. We have so many fights in our movement right now amongst different kinds of people and different kinds of ideologies that are innate to Krishna consciousness, and that can't be denied. Nothing can be canceled out. But Aindra was such a person that he found the common platform that we all have to unite on, and that is chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. All kinds of devotees have to respect him. And we do have so much respect for him and love for him. And it's therefore a joyful opportunity today that we can come together and preserve and perpetuate his memory and the august example that he gave us of a really sincere devotee, tapasvi also in Krishna consciousness. And we're just unfortunate that we don't have his association any longer in physical form. But it's upon us all to try to emulate that kind of surrender. He really was very surrendered. And we can try to take inspiration from his example and try to do in our own way what we can, each of us as individual, to serve the same purpose, even here and now in 2026, so many years later. Aindra Prabhu ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Gaur Bhakta Vrinda ki jai.
Thank you so much, Mukundadatta Prabhu. Next, we'd like to invite His Holiness Janardhan Swami Maharaj. Is he still here? Oh, okay. Then who can we call? Nitai Prabhu? Then we'd like to invite Nitai Prabhu to please come and address us. Thank you. Aindra has written like this: we must always remember that we are persons. Krishna is a person. The holy name is a person. And we are all unique individual persons who need to personally conceptualize the unique personal goal of our chanting before we can expect our chanting of the holy name to yield the superlative, personalized fruit of love for Krishna we personally require to be all we can personally be, to be personally satisfied that Krishna is personally satisfied with our personal attempts to please him in all personified personal sweetness.
Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhayeva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So it's my very good fortune, honor and great pleasure to be here in Vrindavan Dham for this very special occasion of Aindra Prabhu's appearance day. It's my first time I'm attending his appearance day celebration, so I'm a little overwhelmed. I was very fortunate that as a young devotee, I got a chance to get a lot of Aindra Prabhu's association. So I moved to Delhi in 1999, and I frequently started coming to Vrindavan. I would come once a month. And obviously coming to Vrindavan, Krishna Balaram temple, the 24-hour kirtan was such a big attraction because it was a unique program. Usually, hardly any temples had a 24-hour kirtan program. So, and then by Krishna's grace, my god brother Ram Roy Prabhu, through him, I was able to go to Aindra Prabhu's room one day. And it was such a, for me being a city boy, it was so different, the atmosphere. There was like cow dung on the walls, there was, so many deities, Shaligram Shilas, Sachi Sutta, great, such, large deities. And then on one side there was Aindra Prabhu's recording equipment. Then there was a little section where Aindra Prabhu did his cooking. It was as if like the whole room was like packed. There was very little room to actually, sit down. And somehow, by, through Ram Roy Prabhu, I was able to, every time I came to Vrindavan, I did 3 things. I was usually here for 1.5 days every month, and I would do 3 things. Like, I would go to Aindra Prabhu's room, to Srila Prabhupada's house, and then to Srila Prabhupada's rooms at the Radha Damodar temple. So 1.5 days, like these 3 things I would do all the time. So whenever I spent time with Aindra Prabhu, it would be sometimes from 1 hour to 2 hours, even 3 hours. So there would not be so much talking. Right? He would be engaged in his deity worship, and he would be hearing Srila Prabhupada's lectures, sometimes once, twice, one lecture finished, then second would start, second would finish, third would start. Unfortunately, I loved listening to Prabhupada lectures, so it was a great delight to sit in the room and just listen to Prabhupada's lecture and just witness Aindra Prabhu so absorbed in his service. And many times he would read from Srila Prabhupada's books to me. Right? We would read, and then he would make some comments. And he requested me always to get some sweets for his deities, so I would get some pedas and sandesh for his deities. And what I experienced of Aindra Prabhu, I experienced his gentle, soft side. Maybe he understood that this young person, he won't be able to handle the heaviness, the intensity. So he was very compassionate. And when I was when I moved back to Delhi, so I was going through a very hard time because I'd been in the US for almost 10 years. And then my father was going through a very difficult phase with his business and with his health. And no matter what I tried to do to help his business, everything was like, nothing was working. And everything got worse and worse, So after trying for 4 or 5 years, one time I was with Aindra Prabhu in the temple room. And I was just sharing with him, all these, like the depth of the problems that I was getting into. And then he asked me, my father's business debts were growing. So then he asked me, so how big are the debts? So then I told Aindra Prabhu, I said, Prabhu, they just hit $1 million, And then he looked at me, with his compassionate eyes. And I still remember that because it was one of my last interactions with him. He looked at me and with so much compassion, and then he said, Prabhu, that's a lot. And just that gaze, it's still fresh in my memory. It was in the Krishna Balaram temple courtyard. And somehow, I ended up moving to Bangladesh. I took over all my father's debts and I moved to Bangladesh to work with a friend of mine. And that was in 2007. So after that, I didn't get much of his personal association because I was away. But by somehow, his compassionate gaze, it took like 7 years to pay off all the debts and another 3 years to save some money, and I actually was able to step down from all my responsibilities and come back to India. So his absence obviously, had a big impact on me, because Vrindavan was not the same for me anymore. Of course, Vrindavan's always special, but that sadhu sangha that I got by just being in his presence, sometimes I would be the only person there in the room, and it was such a spiritual treat to see him so absorbed. So when I think of Aindra Prabhu, this verse, Vyavasai Atmika Buddhi, Ekahi Kuru Nandana, that one-minded attention or focus, that's what I experienced when I was in his association. He was so focused on the holy name and the holy dham. He would always encourage me to move to the holy dham. So I'm very, very, I feel very blessed to have had his association. And there's one more thing I'd like to share with you, that, how things work. Prabhupada calls it a transcendental system. So in 2009, we were blessed with a daughter. In 2014, we were blessed with a son. And somehow my son, I don't know how he just naturally has so much attachment to Aindra Prabhu. And he listens to, he started listening to his kirtans and started singing his melodies from a very young age. 4, 5, 6. He learned harmonium on his own. He started playing the mridanga. And so I actually got to appreciate Aindra Prabhu more when my son, started growing up, and through his attachment for Aindra Prabhu. So I'm very grateful to Srila Prabhupada, my Guru Maharaj, and Aindra Prabhu for giving this wonderful opportunity. And I pray today on his appearance day to bless us, and so that all these wonderful kirtaniyas, they can have that same nishtha and chant that Hare Krishna Mahamantra with the attention and purity that he wanted all of us to do that. So Srila Aindra Prabhu ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you so much, Prabhu. That was beautiful. Next, we'd like to invite His Holiness Janardhan Maharaj. If you please speak. Yeah. I'll just share a personal story reflecting on Prabhu's point about debt. I came to stay with Aindra Prabhu after I finished university, and I had quite a lot of debt to pay. And so they give you like a 6-month window where you don't have to pay the bill. And so I used that time to come here. And then I said, now I have to go back to America because I have that debt. And so Aindra said, well, what would happen if you just don't pay it off? And I said, well, I don't know, I guess it would just ruin my credit. And he said, well, what does that mean? And I said, well, I don't know, I guess I could never have a house, and I could never have a car, and I could never have a credit card. And so Aindra said, that doesn't sound so bad. I've never had a house. I've never had a car. I've never had a credit card.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Sripad Aindra Prabhu, okay? We're very fortunate, all of us, to have somehow, some way or another, have some relationship with Aindra Prabhu. Yes, he is senior to me, but I also consider him as a friend, but not in a casual way. more in a spiritual way. Many of us know Aindra Prabhu because of his attachment to the holy name, his attachment to Vrindavan, and like being a magnet to also be attached to the holy name and Vrindavan. So I'm going to speak about those three topics, if I may. First of all, I'd like to offer my humble obeisances to our founder Acharya, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. To all the senior Vaishnavas, Srila Prabhupada's disciples, the Brajabasis, those who are residents of Shri Vrindavan Dham, our congregation members, to the visiting devotees, and to all the listeners or viewers of our ISKCON Vrindavan page in YouTube. So yes, Aindra Prabhu is not just a gifted kirtaniya. He's a very exalted Vaishnava. We witnessed that since the first time I came to Vrindavan, 1987. So I think many of you are still in the womb of a different mother, somewhere in a different species. Am I correct? Kanna, Prabhu? Yes? But somehow or other, we're all fortunate. It doesn't matter what is the past. What matters actually is the present. So, yes, some devotees, I know they became sincere by chanting the holy name of the Lord, especially in kirtan. So when I met Aindra Prabhu on that day, here at Krishna Balaram Mandir, he will chant after the Srimad Bhagavatam class. Yes? Saturday, Sunday. Saturday and Sunday? That was probably a Sunday then. So I played Midanga for him. I don't know really Midanga, but I've learned from one devotee in Chicago how to play Prabhupada beat. But mostly I know a little bit of African beat then. And so I played for him for some time. And it was so intense. There are not many devotees then who are in the 24-hour department. And when I saw my palm, there were some blisters, some blood clot because of the intensity. So that was the first time I met him. And later on, I tried to come every year to Vrindavan. I prayed to Krishna Balaram and to the Tamal tree that somehow or other I come to nourish my bhakti, to recharge my spiritual growth. And even one time he asked me, Janardhan Prabhu, if ever you will leave Toronto Temple, you are always welcome. 24-hour kirtan department. There are only two temples who ask me this. One is Los Angeles, Swavas Prabhu. You know Swavas Prabhu? He's like an eternal temple president of Los Angeles. So he asked me that as well. So, to make it short, I noticed from him these three qualities: Namanista, Dridha Vrata Ekanta Seva, and Bhakti Prerana Shakti. So these three qualities made his life so powerful that it affected practically all of ISKCON devotees, and not just now, but also in the future. I would say as long as ISKCON is there, then Ayendra's name also will be continuously be heard and glorified. It transforms a lot of personalities. So this Namanista is one of the greatest qualities of Aindra Prabhu. Nista means steadiness or firmness, fixed, being fixed. So Namanista means deep, practical, unwavering steadiness and faith in the holy name. So whenever you see him, it's always either his hands in the harmonium or his hand inside the bead bag. Or he will be in the washroom and cleaning the washroom. There are only 3 places I know that Aindra Prabhu will be. If you're looking for him, either he'll be in his ashram, bhajan, kutir, in his room, in the washroom, or in the temple room. Always doing seva, always doing service. He rarely will go outside of Vrindavan. It's like more of a fix, like another devotee is like that. What's his name? One who is in the Samadhi area also? Bibhu Chaitanya Prabhu. There are 2 devotees who kind of like make this vrat. Very rare that Aindra will go to Mayapur, yes? But he will go also to Delhi. But rarely. Sunamanista. That means everything in our movement. I was listening to Prabhupada before coming here, a lecture. He says we should be attached to the holy name. And he gave an example of Srila Haridas Thakur, who was chanting how many rounds? 192. And Prabhupada says, we cannot even finish our 16 rounds. Is that true? Well, attentively. I know many of you like kirtan, but I don't think all of you would like to chant the holy name of the Lord in japa. How we chant kirtan will reflect on how we chant our japa. How we perform our bhakti throughout the whole day will reflect on how we chant the holy name of the Lord in kirtan. It'll be hollow, it'll be just sound vibration, but not so effective like Aindra Prabhu. When he does his kirtan, it's so intense. Was it already mentioned here? You can copy or you can mimic. What do you mean by mimic? My melody or my kirtan, but you cannot copy my consciousness. Was it mentioned already? Yes, sorry, I just came a little late. But I will repeat it again then. Our purification rests on Harinam. Our hope rests on Harinam. Our unity rests on Harinam. And our perfection rests on Harinam. This is what Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has taught us. Harirnam, Harirnam, Harirnama eva kevalam, kalo nasteva 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 gatir, anyata. In this age of Kali, there is no other way, there is no other way than the chanting of the holy name. 3 times. Harirnam. So many of us know this verse, and many of us quote it. But Aindra Prabhu, he lived it. He didn't try to live it, but he lived it. So for him, kirtan was not just a program or a performance. That is his life. It's not simply a musical offering. It was his shelter. It was his prayer. It was his life air. That means that's him, the holy name. That is why his role in reviving and sustaining the 24-hour kirtan here in ISKCON Vrindavan was so significant. To keep the holy name flowing day and night in Sridham Vrindavan Dham is not an ordinary service. Is that true, Aranya Prabhu and Akinchana Prabhu? It's not so easy. Prabhupada says, chant Hare Krishna is easy. But to chant attentively, that is very difficult. Am I correct? You have experience like that? You can teach a sparrow or a parrot how to chant. It's like my sister, she has a parrot in Canada. And she taught the parrot how to chant Krishna, Krishna, or Hare Krishna. But there's no life. His life told us something very powerful. If we truly believe in the holy name, we will build our life around it. So this is his first quality that struck me the most, namanista, unwavering faith and steadiness in the holy name. The next one, Dridhabrata Ekanta Seva. Dridhabrata means firm determination, a resolute vow. Well, just this morning again, Prabhupada's lecture, because he was talking about Bhishma Dev, is Dridhabrata, is one pointed attention towards to be celibate. Yeah? Made him so powerful. He can choose the time when he wished to leave his body, to go back home, back to Godhead. So we may see also the passing away of great Vaishnavas, that it is not by chance. That's it. That is the destiny that Krishna is calling them, or they have another program or service for Srila Prabhupada. Ekanta Seva means one-pointed, exclusive dedication in service. So in kaliyuga, we're very easily distracted. We are very restless, especially the mind. I asked Akinchana Prabhu yesterday after the kirtan, everything all right? This is how Prabhupada will ask his disciples, is everything all right? He says, everything is all right, except the consciousness, except the mind. We've heard that, this morning, the class is very difficult to control the mind. Almost impossible. Just like of a raging wind, you cannot control the mind. But if we become consistent in our spiritual life, the conditioned mind who's always wanted to control us, who always want comfort, convenience, and also compromise, even in spiritual life. But Aindra Prabhu showed us another possibility. He showed us what it meant or means to be deeply fixed, deeply invested, deeply given. It's like, yes, when we chant, it's not just for our own enjoyment. Bhajan means glorification. Kirtan means for the benefit, pleasure of the Supreme Lord. And he says that also, to be a kirtan leader, you must be also a leader, not just during the kirtan. One has to be exemplary. Not just because one has a very beautiful song or melody or tune or voice, that he can be a kirtan leader. It's like Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. He would choose a disciple who will chant unmelodiously, even out of tune. So his disciples complaining, Guru Maharaj, why you always ask him to chant? To hear seemingly is like, oh, I don't want to hear this. Like it's not very attractive. But Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur says, because he is sincere. What does sincerity mean according to Srila Prabhupada? Sincerity means focus, one-pointed attention. Ekaha kurunandana. So, we should be enthusiastic. Enthusiasm should always be there. Confident is like the verse Uchaha Nisyayat Daryat Tat Karma Pravartana Sangat Chagat Satobrite Sadvir Bhakti Prasidyate. Continue to be engaged in proper devotional activities. Aindra Prabhu had that utsaha, enthusiasm. He had nischaya, confidence. And he's very, very serious. One time we were having a feast in Giridhari's place when he had a place there near Yamuna. He says, I can tell you this, I can correct you because I've done a lot of tapasya. I've done a lot of kirtan and chanting of the holy name of the Lord. It's like Prabhupada, he will correct someone and he will say also, what? You rascals? Yeah? Aindra Prabhu can be very heavy also. Did you have that experience? Akinchana Prabhu?
Of course.
No?
Yes, of course.
He can be very heavy. Yes. And one time, it was Radhastami. So Dinabandhu Prabhu, he will enthuse everyone to chant, keep chanting. I remember those many, many years ago, those years. So we'll be up because we want to have darshan of Radha Charan, lotus feet of Srimati Radharani. So then Mukunda Datta Prabhu will tease us also 2-3 times, closing the curtain. We thought everything is finished already, and then he will open up again, then he close. So I gave signal to Mukunda Datta Prabhu. I said, okay, it's over because it's getting late. So then I made an announcement. Aindra Prabhu was there. I made an announcement. So now it's time for us to retire because the Lord, they're going to sleep. And then he came to me. Then he took the mic. He says, who says Krishna sleeps? Radha and Krishna, they don't sleep. So kirtan again. That's why you probably saw a picture of Aindra Prabhu and myself. He is holding my hand and the other one was a microphone. So that was the time. Very relishable, the rasa. He knows that I'm part of the management, but at the same time, he knows that, hey, No law here. Keep going in the kirtan. Yes. The great souls, they always glorify the Lord. Satatam kirtayantumam yatantascha dridha vrata. Dridha vrata always makes me think of Him. This is the devotee. This is Krishna. He was not casual in His service, nor superficial in His service. No pretension, as it is. No duplicity. He is very serious, always serious. Sometimes you will see Him in bliss, but usually it's serious. Because bhakti is serious business. One-pointed. So that seriousness moved people, especially when he chants the holy name. Because that sincerity has a force. That sacrifice, kirtan, some kirtan, yagya. Some means complete. Some kirtan means glorification of the Lord. Then yagya. In yagya, everyone is involved. Not just the kirtan leader and the musical accompanying devotees. You have to be focused when he does kirtan. It's not just the kirtaniya or the lead kirtan singer will be focused, and the other midanga players, like, playing midanga and then looking here and there. And then the listeners, they also are engaged in this yagya, sacrifice. Dridhavrata ekanta seva, firm determination and one-pointed dedication. So the last one here, bhakti prerana shakti. He has the spiritual power to inspire and awaken devotion in the hearts of others. And that's why we're here. Not just here, but all over the world. Many devotees, they probably never met Ayendra. But when they heard Ayendra's kirtan, because every year, in those days, we will ask, is there any new recordings? New recordings like the Vrindavan Mellow. So many. So some, they never met Ayendra, but he instilled inspiration from them to participate in this yagya, to be also take part in kirtan, and he attracted them to come to Vrindavan. Even now, because we still have 24-hour kirtan department, kirtan mandali. So this is one of the deepest signs of a genuine devotee. Bhakti comes from bhakti, through the bhakta. Because the bhakta has so much love, has so much bhakti, it is overflowing. And because he is paradukha dukhi, whenever he sees others suffering, he also suffers. And he wants to distribute this to others. And in kaliyuga, whether one is qualified or unqualified, one will get the mercy of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu through the chanting of the holy name. Actually, the more unqualified we are, that is our main qualification to receive Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mercy. And also Lord Nityananda. So many devotees all over the world inspired by Aindra Prabhu. Some gained faith. Some gained taste for the holy name, ruchi. Yeah, he has nista, steady, ashakti, before that ruchi. We cannot be attached to the holy name if we don't have taste. And then the blooming starts to bloom now. Love of Godhead, bhava. Some became more serious in their sadhana. We hope so. Some found direction in their life. Some simply felt their hearts soften toward Krishna. They started to take shelter of Lord Krishna, being a friend again. So this is not ordinary to meet a devotee like Aindra Prabhu. Very rare, very fortunate. He's a legend. And thousands of years from now, Aindra Prabhu's name will still be heard. What's that? As we've heard before this, having that association, you will always hear the topics about the narration, the name, fame, form, qualities, and pastimes of the Supreme Lord. So, yes, Aindra Prabhu did not merely sing. He awakened longing. Yearning, longing, trying to achieve. He awakened seriousness for many of us. He awakened appreciation for kirtan as the very heart of devotional service. Prabhupada says of all the instructions coming from the spiritual master, the chanting of the holy name of the Lord is the utmost. Everything is being not complimented, but supported. But you see, we can do many service, but if we don't chant the holy name, Krishna will not accept 100%. The main ingredient in everything that we do in bhakti is the chanting of the holy name. Kirtan and japa. Don't forget japa. Do you know how many rounds Aindra Prabhu will chant every day? Akinchana Prabhu?
At the end, he was doing 100.
Unlimited. Constantly. There is no such thing. Oh, after 16 rounds, as Prabhupada says, okay, I'll put my jacket. Now I can do any damn thing I want. No. After the 16 rounds, your japa just starting. So, again, if we truly want to glorify Aindra Prabhu, we should not stop at praising him. We should follow his life, his exemplary life, his instructions, and we should ask ourselves these three things. How much nama nista do I have? We can grade our advancement in Krishna consciousness in this way. Just like when you're hungry and every morsel that you take, you start gain strength and hunger goes away. So how much namanista do I have? How much dridha brata is there in my own service? And how much bhakti prerana flows through my own devotional life? So in conclusion, just remember this. What? Namanista, dridha brata, and prerana seva, bhakti. Or Shakti. Bhakti Prerana Shakti. So Aindra Prabhu, I remember him today in these three qualities, and hope against hope, one day I will also attain that, and along with you all. Maybe you have that already, but some of us, we still have a long way to go. It's not so easy to go back home, back to Godhead, which is our goal. We have to perform tapasya, we have to do seva, and most of all, don't commit any Vaishnava parad. Aindra Prabhu ki! Itai go Shitana Premanande! Hari Om Tat Sat.
Thank you so much. Oh, Hare Krishna. Yep. Thank you so much, Maharaj. Next, we'd like to invite Dharma. Did he leave? Okay, then. Yeah, I'd just like to humbly ask the speakers, we have a little bit more than an hour left on the schedule. If we speak in a timely way so that as many as possible will get the opportunity. Thank you. First time I met Aindra Prabhu, I remember him saying to me, chant 16 rounds on your feet and 200 rounds off your feet.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Su divina gracia Aindra Prabhu ki. Jai. Su divina gracia Aindra Prabhu ki. Jai. Su divina gracia Aindra Prabhu ki. Jai.
What does that mean?
So on behalf of everyone, thank you very much for coming today. And I thought I had it on my phone, but so I just wanted to glorify Srila Prabhupada's beloved disciple, Aindra Prabhu. And in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, I think it's in the Madhya Lila, chapter 22, text 78 through 80, there's the 26 qualities of a devotee. Kripalo akritadro satya sarat sama. That's how it begins. I don't remember the rest. So Kripalo means merciful. Aindra Prabhu was very merciful. He would always cook for his deities, and usually it was just khichdi. Every now and then he would make more elaborate preparations for his deities. And a lot of the times they were like milk sweets, or as Old English, the archaic terminology was meat sweets. So he would offer many sweets to his deities, and whenever if he asked someone to go buy them at the shop, which Prabhupada authorized here in Vrindavan, he would make it a point that you had to make sure that they were fresh, because is the sound good? Okay. So he would offer many sweets,
and he would offer them in the leaf donas, the little leaf bowls like that, and then he would distribute them to the 24-hour kirtan devotees sometimes, or to guests, and then he would also keep some hidden and stashed away for unexpected guests like that. And sometimes he would forget, and so he had a problem with ants sometimes. And for example, the ants would get in his room because the sweets were stashed away somewhere, and he didn't remember that the sweets were there. Actually, there's another. Okay, this is a sidebar. One time he had a tiffin that was among his things in the room, and the tiffin was there. We don't know how long the tiffin was. He forgot about it, and there was like rasgullas, and maybe it was like 1 month, 3 months, 6 months. Nobody knows. So we were in his room, and he opened it up, and he took one out, and then he popped it in his mouth, and we thought, wow, that's like Prahlad Maharaj, because we know that Prabhupada explains that prasadam can never go bad, or as some say, prasadam can never go back to Godhead. So, but back to the milk sweets, the sweets that were the other sweets that were hidden, yeah. So, the ants would come, and obviously the ants are there. Then it means that there's some sweets stashed somewhere, and he forgot about them all. So we'd have to take this. If there was like there's the regular ants, and then there's the scout ants. The scout ants are larger, right? So the scout ants, they come in first, like the military, they send in the spy, and so as soon as we saw the scout ant, he'd immediately say, "Get him!" and pick him up and take him outside. And I said, "Okay, we can just leave him outside, right?" And he said, "No. Take him outside." And this in the old Gurukul building on the top floor, he'd say, "Throw him out, throw him off the roof." It was like maybe 1 story or whatever down to the Gurukul building. So it wasn't enough to just take him outside the room. We had to throw him off, because otherwise they'd come back. So, and they don't die when they fall off, because their bodies are like iron, like what are those knights? The knights in armor. So ants are pretty heavy duty. They can bounce off the floor, and they from a 1-story or 2-story building, it doesn't affect them like that. So that's one small thing that I remember. Actually, I have a letter from somebody in New Zealand, and I'll have to read that. This one devotee from New Zealand, his name is Subal, and I can't remember the year. He told me what year it was. Anyhow, this is before my time, before 1995, I guess, or something like that. And I'll just read the letter. The letter is called, oh my God, I can't find it now. Sorry. It's not there. Okay, here it is. The letter is entitled, "Where East Meets West." A moment in time with Aindra Prabhu. It was sacred spring, Kartik of 1993. I had been blessed with 6 precious months at the lotus feet of His Holiness Parthasarathi Maharaj in the divine dust of Vrindavan. Each morning, long before the sun dared to rise, I would awaken, sometimes at 2 a.m., sometimes closer to 3, compelled by the stirring rhythm of devotion that echoed ceaselessly from the Krishna Balaram Mandir. The temple room would be quiet in its own way, hushed under the stars, yet alive with the heartbeat of Aindra Prabhu's 24-hour kirtan, an eternal river of sound and surrender. That kirtan became the soundtrack of my japa. I would sit near the kirtaniyas at that time, chanting quietly, my beads moving rhythmically in my fingers while the divine names danced through the air. One morning, one I will never forget, Aindra Prabhu was chanting with one other devotee playing kartals. It was around 2 a.m. He had no drummer with him. As I sat quietly absorbed, he suddenly looked in my direction, his eyes gleaming like lamps. "Haribol, come," he called out. I froze. My heart jumped. Had I done something wrong? Was I touching my feet or the floor? Why was he calling me? I rose hesitantly and approached him. He looked intently and asked, "Can you play the drum?" "Yes," I replied cautiously, "but not like you guys." Aindra raised an eyebrow, tilting his head. "What do you mean, like you guys?" I stammered. "I mean, I play very Western style, not classical like your team." He leaned forward, his face filled with conviction and a spark of joy. With a voice that carried both gravity and sweetness, he said, "This is where East meets West." He motioned for me to come closer. Out of humility, I sat behind him, but he reached back, grabbed my hand, and gently pulled me to sit right beside him. I need to see you when we're playing." Then he turned to me with full seriousness and said, "If you're off, I will stop you. You can't mess up my offering." I nodded, understanding the sacredness of the service, and then we began. We played together until Mangal Artik, the morning kirtan, crescendoing like a sunrise through sound. But he never stopped me. I played with my heart open, carried by his fire, watching him offer every note to the Lord with unwavering focus. A few days passed. I was with my Guru Maharaj in his room when a knock came at the door. To my surprise, it was Kadamakanana Maharaj, or Kadamakanana Prabhu, then the temple president, now known as His Holiness Kadamakanana Maharaj. Kadamakanana Maharaj ki? He entered with a message. "I have a message from Aindra Prabhu," he said. He said he likes this boy. He wants him to stay here in Vrindavan and join his team to be his drummer. My guru turned to me. His eyes were steady. "So?" he asked, "Do you want to join him?" Without a moment's pause, I answered, "No." I looked into my guru's eyes and said simply, "I am your drummer. That is my service." Perhaps, please turn off your phones. Perhaps I was the only one who ever said no to Aindra Prabhu. You never say no to Aindra Prabhu. The only one of thousands who declined an invitation so sacred. But my heart was clear. My service belonged to my Guru. Yet I carried that moment with Aindra Prabhu like a jewel in my soul. The moment when East met West, when a fallen soul met with a kirtan fire, and when two people from different worlds found harmony in the holy name, he will remain my kirtan guru till we meet again, and I, your Western kirtaniya, can play my Western drumming style for you again. By His Grace Subal Prabhu. Founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada ki Jai.
Thank you, Prabhu. That was beautiful.
Who are we calling now?
Next, we'd like to call Goramani. Is she here? No? Maybe not here. Then, Padmavati? Is Padmavati Mataji here? Yes, please. Aindra writes, if in the end, after all is said and done, we ourselves as individuals could not effectively grasp, take to heart, factually realize, and blissfully relish the deepest essential living import of the Gaudiya Vaishnava Siddhanta, learning to love Brajendranandan Shyam by carefully pursuing the bhavas of the supra-exemplary damsels of Braja, what would we have truly gained from the whole affair? Truly speaking, what would be the sense or significance of any other allegedly laudable undertaking or feat?
Om Jnana-timirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshuruntamena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. It's very difficult to speak on this day. Because actually on this day I'm feeling so much pain. To remembering Aindra Prabhu and all the time which we spent with him here in Vrindavan for many years. I was doing seva, doing kirtan, and many days together. And actually, the time is changing, time is going on. It's already 16 years past, like Aindra Prabhu is gone, and life is changing. Like for now, maybe I'm not listening so much in this Prabhu kirtans or lectures, but still, for so many years, he's still in my heart. Because we spent so many times together to live in Vrindavan Dham, to do seva together. Because Aindra Prabhu was dressing the deities, I also doing seva and speech department. And also I was teaching in the Gurukul that time, and Aindra Prabhu was living. The Brahmachari ashram was upstairs, the Gurukul. And also we had so much association there also. And I don't know, it's always very difficult to me to tell what is Aindra Prabhu for me, because he's very, very special for me. We have so many wonderful devotees and so many devotees already gone, and so many devotees are missing, so many Maharajas was gone. But still, Aindra Prabhu is remained like very, very special for me, very, very special. I was going that time before he left the body. I was going almost every day for his kirtan evening time. And then we was doing seva together for deities. That time I was bringing some flowers when Aindra Prabhu was decorating Radhashyam for Saturday, Sunday. And we was bringing with one Mataji, we was bringing some flower for decoration of deities. And also we had so much seva that time. And I was so much impressed of Aindra's Prabhu devotional. His consciousness was like a real Krishna consciousness and real Radharani consciousness, because mostly he was talking about Radharani. And just today I remember that wonderful kirtans which Aindra Prabhu was given in the temple every day, and remembering his rolling eyes. You know, when he was doing kirtan, he was in the ecstasy. Even not in ecstasy, like one time, Sundara Maharaj was given class, and he was telling, just in ISKCON we have everything Maha, like Maha Prasad, Maha Mantra, Maha flowers, and also we have Maha ecstasy. I saw it in Aindra Prabhu. All time he was like in ecstasy, but sometimes he was like Maha ecstasy. His eyes was coming out, out of the body. It was rolling, and sometimes when he was singing, he was turning to the Prabhu, which was sitting nearby, and he was smiling, and it looks like big eyes, big smile, and I always was thinking, oh, Jagannath, Jagannath, Jagannath in ecstasy. And it was, who remember Aindra Prabhu that time, remember it was so much fun also, like on the middle of the kirtan. Sometimes he was just stopping kirtan and shouting at somebody, oh, what are you playing? What are you playing? Stop! And he was taken from Prabhu Karadals and started to showing him how to play Karadals. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 3. And it was going like for 5-10 minutes, everybody is waiting, kirtan stopping. And he was so spontaneous, you know. And he was teaching, it was a few times I was seeing this. He was teaching how to play karatals. And then he was given caradal bags and started to sing again. There was so many wonderful moments like this, and my favorite was after kirtan, Aindra Prabhu was talking to the people, to devotees or public people. When he was coming from temple, so many people was surround him and was given some questions, was talking. He always was so kind with everybody. He was answering every questions. He was so kind. He was explaining so much. He was very kind to the people, to the devotees. And I was just coming on the back, on his back. I didn't want he saw me, and I was listening how he's preaching. And it was so inspired. Even now I'm feeling so much inspired when I remember how he was preaching. It was wonderful. I cannot just explain now you because I'm not Aindra Prabhu. It will be different. Yeah, but it was so inspired, and it was like my favorite every day, my favorite time. Just to come and listen how he's preaching. And also he was so mystical. Whenever I was standing on the back, he always was feeling I'm there. Like he explaining some Prabhu, how it's ecstatic when you will chant the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, how you will do kirtan, you will feel ecstasy, and then I'm standing on the back and he turned and said, yes, she knows. She confirmed this. And I said, oh my God, how he knows I'm standing there on the back. It was mystical. Yeah. And also we had some, we can meet almost every day. When I was teaching in the Gurukul and Aindra Prabhu was living there in Brahmachari Ashram, was in on Gurukul on the 3rd floor. And sometimes he was very, very merciful to me. I don't know why. He was so friendly. Like I'm nothing compared to him, and I'm Mataji, but he always was very merciful for me. And he saw me, oh, how are you? Come, I will give you something. And he was given some small flowers or something. This is from Radharani hand, or this is from Radharani feet. And it was so much mercy. Really was wonderful, and it was so much fun also. You know who knows Aindra Prabhu, who was associated. He was like extremely serious and at the same time extremely funny. Like he could tell something very serious and then to tell something very funny, and everybody was laughing. And like there in the Gurukul, my mommy also was doing some seva in the Gurukul, and we were standing on the veranda, and Aindra Prabhu was standing up, and he saw me. He said, Mataji, who is this Mataji? I said, this is my mommy. And he said, oh Mataji, I bowed down to your feet. I bowed down to your feet. You're so fortunate you came to Vrindavan. You're so wonderful. And my mommy, no, Aindra Prabhu, you are very wonderful. I bowed down to your feet. And he, no, Mataji, I am nothing to compare to you. I bowed down. And it was like this. And one more day, he saw my mommy and said, Mataji, because she was making socks for him, in winter, and the floor is very cold. We cannot go to the temple in the shoes, with shoes. She was making very thick socks for him, and one day he's calling, Mataji, my socks has hole, I need new socks, please make new socks. And she said, yes, Aindra Prabhu. And she was making at home. She was so happy to do something for him. And then she brought, and he is like, was falling down, to bow down to her feet, because he was so grateful she did it for him. He was very, very kind, very humble, always very, very friendly with everybody. And when he is gone, it was like just was feeling like just like I lost the best friend. In spite of that, I always was very shy, before him. At the same time, he was so friendly, so kind, and it was like very natural to associate with him and do seva or something. I think I have to stop because so many devotees more. We had so many remembrance. I just want to tell one thing, since I'm so happy now, just the 24-hour kirtan is going on so nice, and sometimes I see the Prabhu is sitting very serious. They take it very serious to their heart to think, to hold this mission, Aindra Prabhu mission and Lord Chaitanya mission, and I'm very glad to see just wonderful personalities like who is sitting here, like Henry Hari and Krishna.
Kinchana Krishna.
Kinchana Krishna Prabhu. They really very nice devotee, and really very nice taking care, holding this mission. I just want to thank them so much for that, and thank you so much, Aindra Prabhu, for your association. One time, Srila Prabhupada said, just we will have our ISKCON in the spiritual world. And I have so much hope I will meet Aindra Prabhu one day there. Because I really missing his association, especially like these days. All remembrance is coming out, and so much feelings toward him. Thank you so much, Aindra Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Mataji, Hare Krishna. Mataji, thank you so much. Next, we'd like to invite Kirtan Premi Prabhu to speak something. I'll just read a small excerpt. My dear, most fortunate and beneficent Srimati Radharani, please allow me to take my birth millions and billions of times in Brajabhumi, in any species of life, even as a worm in the stool of a pig, rather than banishing me to become a queen of Dwarka or an associate of Lakshmi in Vaikuntha. Even if I will not be permitted to eternally reside at Sri Vrindavan Dham, please let my heart live here always.
Thank you. Hare Krishna. Mukham karoti vachalam pangum langayate giridam yad kripa tamaham mande Shri Guru Digatarinam Paramananda Madhavam Shri Chaitanya Ishwaram Manchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubheva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. you know, Aindra Prabhu's appearance used to be like one of the, a big festival. I remember we went to to a place which is not that far from here, and he used to invite devotees, and very few devotees would go. In the kirtan party, devotees would go and would celebrate his Vyasa Puja. And the most amazing part was his melodious kirtan, the kirtan that he shared with us. And after the kirtan, the prasadam that the devotees cooked was amazing. It's one of my most favorite memories in Vrindavan. Is always whenever it was feast with Aindra Prabhu, because he knew how to party. 24-hour kirtan party, prasadam party. We used to have at least 30 items in I'm just trying to make you guys hungry. The prasadam is coming soon. So, it used to be 30 items of just savory. And if you think that is done, no, there will be another 40 or 50 items of sweet. So best of luck. And then he would come personally and serve everybody cake. And there are some beautiful pictures of Aindra Prabhu serving us cake. And I don't think we even thought that we had a stomach. I don't know how much we would eat prasadam that day. We would go to kirtan, we would not be able to do kirtan also, because we are so full with prasadam. So, I'm really grateful that Radhe Shyam Sundar sent somebody like that, a personality like Aindra Prabhu amidst us at a time when we all took birth, even when I am here, to guide in the right service, in the perfect service of doing the Harinam Sankirtan. Now that I am visiting different places and seeing what has happened, there is a big change. The revolution that he talked about is actually happening. Nowadays we have this kirtan revolution. Somebody DJ'd on it. There was a whole track of that. And then there's that whole thing of Aindra Prabhu talking about grassroots revolution. It's amazing to see when going to these kirtan festivals, the devotees, if there is 10 kirtans in a day, at least 8 or 9 is Aindra Prabhu's kirtans. His melodies, his expression of how to sing for Radha Shyam Sundar. And it is wonderful how devotees have taken to this chanting of Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Many times this thing comes up again that he was very intense, or he was eccentric, or he was, I would just say if the house is burning, you would always see somebody screaming, telling you what to do. Who knows what will happen? We are in this house is burning. And the only water that we can put is the holy name. So Aindra Prabhu's intensity was to save us. He's trying to scream, come on, don't sleep in there. Come on, get up, get out. Or find a bucket, put some water, put the fire out. This is Davagnal, this is the fire. So that was his intensity. And many times when I connected so much with material life, when it comes to I remember one point I was getting into engaged life, and then I thought, before I want to get married, I want to earn something so that I can have a stable life before getting into Grihastha ashram. And the vision was that I would go to the West and work and make more money so that I can be able to live here. And then somehow the word went to Aindra Prabhu, and he gave me a lecture for at least 2 to 3 hours. He gave me a long lectures about why you want to go. It's amazing that he had that time for every single person, because he's trying to save every soul. He's not thinking, oh, maybe he's not so dedicated, oh, he has no taste for the holy name. No, anybody and everybody would ever come and talk to him. He would give his time as if that now this conversation is going to save this person. So that was his beauty, that the personality that wants to save devotees. And he spoke to me for a really long time, saying that just stay in Braj, Radharani will take care of you. And it's amazing that, he spent like so much time with somebody who has just come into the 24-hour kirtan. And one thing that we've heard so many times is that don't try to see Krishna. Do something that Krishna sees you. And I would just say, don't try to see Aindra. Many of you people feel that, oh, we didn't get the association of Aindra. No, don't try to think on that, oh, I didn't get a chance, so I am less or something. Do something that he sees you, and he is always happy in what you're doing in your service to Krishna. So I'm grateful that I was instrumental, and I am still instrumental in Aindra Prabhu's service to propagate Harinam Sankirtan. And I just pray to Radha Shyam Sundar and Srila Prabhupada and Aindra Prabhu to continue letting me do in this service. Thank you very much. His Grace Aindra Prabhu ki.
Thank you so much. Kirtan Prabhu.
So I'll request Madhuri Gaurangi Mataji to please come and give her glorification for Aindra Prabhu. So as Maharaj was talking about, Aindra Prabhu was never interested in going here and there. He was very hardly interested in going anywhere in even Braj also. So there's a talk given by His Grace Ramra Prabhu which has been uploaded on ISKCON Vrindavan YouTube channel. I will highly recommend everybody to please listen to that. And in that talk he tells that something like this. Aindra Prabhu used to say that because Srila Prabhupada used to say that the 4 walls of Krishna Balaram Mandir, it has everything. So I have restricted my movement to my room, to the deity room, and unfortunately to the bathroom. So I used to go to clean there. And regarding when Maharaj was speaking about devotees who are not interested much in japa but more interested in kirtan, I do remember I was upstairs in the room with him, and I think it was Vrindavan Das, me and Aindra Prabhu. And he was asking about my japa and everything. I just said, yes, Prabhu, I'm struggling, I'm trying to chant my rounds. Then he said one thing, that the devotee who doesn't chant his minimum prescribed number of rounds for all ISKCON devotees, which is 16, and is doing kirtan, so he's not spreading holy name. He's spreading his own anarthas to the congregation. So better to chant Hare Krishna nicely. That reminded me from you, Maharaj. Thank you so much. Yes, Mataji, over to you.
Hare Krishna. So some time ago, I was trying to chant giving a lot of attention to the holy name, and then Aindra Prabhu voice came and he said, you don't think that you are such a Kali Chela that you cannot go deep. You just take to the essence. So I was thinking, what is the essence? And I was for many years contemplating what is actually the essence. So I was trying to talk to different devotees and try to search in scriptures the answer. And then I thought, when this time Ram Raman Prabhu had arrived, I thought I have to ask him. But I was very shy, in one sense, to go. But then I remembered that there is this bhajan, Kini Bolu Tibo Harinama Rasa. So I thought it means beg beg, borrow, or steal the nectar of the holy name. So I said, I've been begging for so many years and no one has given. And borrowing also, what does it mean, borrow? Then you have to give back or what? So then I said, let me steal. So then I thought, then I caught Ramroy Prabhu one evening and I said, Prabhu, what is the essence? And he said, love of God. And then I said, is it also essence for the kirtan? He said, it is essence everywhere. But then we should put it in a kirtan also, that our inner mood. And he said, yes, you put in a kirtan your inner mood and your spiritual identity. But he said, but in this world, you have to try to be Krishna consciousness to all the people. And then I said, because of compassion. And he said, well, it's just a natural reflex. If you see somebody dying, you want to do something about it. And he left. So I was very happy for my Lava Matra Sadhu Sangha, like, I don't know, 10 seconds or something. And then I kind of got an answer, what is the essence? But the next question came to my mind. So what does it mean when you see someone die, you have to do something about it? So then I thought that in this material world, wherever we look, actually everybody is dying. You just step out of your room and you see the people are dying. When you speak of room, you just look in a mirror and you see one dying person there. So how can you save a dying man if you're actually dying yourself? This is what I thought. So then, if everybody is dying, then actually should be a big revolution to save all of them. So then, of course, we know that famous Mayapur talk in 2008, where Aindra Prabhu said that, he says, and there is going to be a Sankirtan revolution. Aim for it, my brothers and sisters. And this is a very powerful statement. So what does it mean? I was thinking. So let's say someone is here dying. So what you will do? You will, maybe he's bleeding or something. So you will go to get some cloth and water, bucket to clean. Maybe you get a phone to call ambulance. So all this gathering of all these things is like a sadhana. And then actually doing the needful, doing the help, that is actually that propagation of Krishna consciousness, that actually performing that revolution. So if you look in the world, every revolutionary is a strong man. A weak person cannot do revolution, like Napoleon, nothing could stop him. What could stop Napoleon? Death. The only what could stop him is death. But for us, even death cannot stop. Najayate namrete va kadachit. The soul doesn't die. And so how can we be stopped in performing this revolution? Because this revolution is not on a material plane. So it is on a spiritual plane. So therefore, we have to come to that level of a spirit soul and live in that kind of realm. And then that revolution actually will going to happen. So this Maha Mantra is so powerful. Even Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, it makes me mad, it makes me pagal. Yes, so we have to become pagal. Then we will do the revolution, Otherwise we just may be absorbed in becoming a good citizen or follow brahmacharya, grihastha, vanaprastha, sannyas. But all these designations are actually the obstacles to attain bhava and prema. But only prema is this thing what can do that revolution in the world. Because only the premi bhakta has unlimited power. So what do you need to do this revolution? You actually have to face the material energy. So what one diva can do? So we have to go very deep inside and make that prema flower bloom. And that time we can actually fulfill that what Aindra Prabhu said, aim for it, my brothers and sisters. And that is our sadhana part, which we have to actually aim for it. So So that should be our endeavor. And then there's the famous verse, Sadhu Sangha, Sarva Shastra Hoy, Sarva Siddhi Hoy. So Siddhi, what is Siddhi? This is Siddhi, the prema is a Siddhi, and how it comes from Sadhu Sangha. So then I was thinking that only Sadhu Sangha, if the prema comes from Sadhu Sangha, so it means that Sadhu Sangha is what can give prema. And if something appears like Sadhu Sangha but doesn't give prema, it actually is not Sadhu Sangha. And then you have this word Sangha Tyagat Sato Vrite. So then you give up that, what doesn't give you prema, and go to that Sangha which gives you prema. And that is actually the first step we have to consider in our lives. And in that way, and then we can say that we are actually going for the essence, and we are aiming, like Aindra Prabhu said, the brothers and sisters, we are aiming for that worldwide revolution. So this was my contemplation, because when Aranya Vihari Prabhu asked me to speak, I was saying first no. But then I think that same evening that conversation with Ram Roy happened, and then I thought, okay, this I have to say. So thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much. Next we'd like to invite Damodar Astika Prabhu, Jai. Damodar Astika Prabhu was serving in 24-hour kirtan for the last couple of years while Aindra Prabhu was with us, maybe from 2007 or 8, very faithfully.
Hare Krishna. Vanchakalparubhyascha kripa sindhubhya eva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namah. On one hand, like in Hindi they say, chota muh badi baat, small mouth and big talks. So I also feel that Sripad Aindra Prabhu is too big a topic, too big a devotee, pure devotee, to actually approach and even try to glorify. He's beyond our reach. Still we may try to glorify him, but we will definitely always fall short of the actual glorification of a pure devotee like Aindra Prabhu. And on another hand, I remember how Srila Aindra Prabhu himself was critical of this trend of external glorification of one's guru. He would often say that we glorify our guru just with external superficial words and offer him some superficial flowers, or sentimentally, emotionally remember the times we spent with our guru, and that's it. He was always questioning how much are we imbibing or how much are we internalizing the mood and the mission of our guru, or how much are we actually sincerely inculcating the instructions given by our guru. And that's what he considered the real glorification of the guru, when our own character would be so pure and shining that others would actually say, yes, all glories to his guru, that such a great disciple has been born out of such a great guru. This morning I was reflecting on Aindra Prabhu, and wrote one small offering just for my own personal purification. But on the instructions of Aranya Vihari Prabhu, I would like to read from that offering. Of the many beautiful qualities of Srila Aindra Prabhu, the most striking quality was his simplicity based on genuine humility. This humility was the driving force for all his external acts, be it doing intense devotional austerities, chanting minimum of 2 lakh names every day, constantly being engaged in Shravanam, Kirtanam, or the worship of his beloved Nitai Sachisuta, or following strict vows of Chaturmasya. And his daily vow was, unless he completed all these, like basically his vow was, unless he completed his 2 lakh names chanting every day and the worship of his Nitai Sachisuta, which took him, as per him, 3.5 to 4 hours, his daily vow was unless he completed these, he wouldn't eat anything. So that was very, very intense. And while following that, like these intense austerities, chaturmasya, all these things, many would question, I mean, we don't have to do so many austerities. Krishna consciousness is very simple. We just have to like chant, dance and feast. So he would often proclaim that I have a sinful birth. He would say, I have a sinful birth, so I need to do these austerities for my own purification. Others may not have to, as they are better situated and have better births than me. And many times at any given opportunity, we remember how he would say that I have a mlecha body. My body was born in the West, so I'm a very sinful person, even though he didn't have any reason to think and feel like this. But that humility that he would display, actually, I was just thinking that it's just synonymous to bhakti, because when one is actually situated on a very high level of Krishna consciousness, naturally he feels himself lowly. So that was how he would feel. Many superficial, externally oriented devotees often mistook him as a chest-thumping, arrogant person who maintained holier-than-thou attitude. But he didn't have a slightest of such attitude where he felt that I am better than others. He personally once told that I don't consider myself higher than anyone else. I may consider myself fortunate than many of them because I have got this realizations in Krishna consciousness, or I have been blessed with like dhamvas, or I have been blessed with many understanding, like deeper understanding of Krishna consciousness. But he credited all these things to Srila Prabhupada and his Guru Parampara. But he never like considered himself like higher, or like he's like, you know, he was never arrogant in that sense. So even like humbly he would offer all the realizations, all the advancement that he made in Krishna consciousness to Srila Prabhupada and his Guru Parampara. His apparent chest-thumping arrogance was also very aptly, you also tried to see if he was aligned with any of the teachings of Babaji's in Radha Kund, or he was like, you know, in close touch with them. But ultimately found out that no, Aindra Prabhu was very strictly just like being in his room, doing his kirtan seva and chanting and doing all his like sadhana as per what Prabhupada and our Guru Parampara established. So, when his integrity was also questioned in that Ishtagoshti, like someone asked him that someone like that, I heard someone asking or telling like this. Then he said, I have been following the teachings of our Guru Parampara and Srila Prabhupada 100%. I haven't deviated. Now the kirtan that I do now, that's more relishable. It's like more, it has more bhava, he said. So all glories to such pure devotees who exemplify and establish the true meaning of dainyata, which is actually the basis of Sharanagati in Krishna consciousness, like it's mentioned, Anukulyasya Sangalpa, Pratikulyasya Varjanam, Rakshishyati Vishwasa, Goptritve Varnam Tatha, Atmanikshep, and then it says Karpanye, humility. So accepting everything that's favorable, rejecting unfavorable, accepting Krishna as our master, as our maintainer, all these things. But then it says that unless we have humility, which is the platform of our Krishna consciousness,
that you should never go listen from anyone else outside. And he was crying that Prabhupada gave him everything, and he said, insignificant Aindradas can attain than anyone can attain. So was very, very, very concerned. And apart from that, he was so merciful, and you could see like nowadays even, and back in the day, whoever was coming to Vrindavan, any new person or any new congregation members, and Aindra Prabhu Ruchi, and you can say Dham Nishta. So Aindra Prabhu had that, and because Srila Prabhupada sent such a wonderful disciples, and Aindra Prabhu, one of the very special, very extraordinary, person, devotee, Vaishnava and Rajavasi. So I remember Aindra Prabhu was preaching to one Grihasthas that how they were newly married couple, and Aindra Prabhu really loved to speak about Krishna and how Prabhupada brought this 24-hour kirtan in Vrindavan. So Aindra Prabhu never put himself into the sense in Radha Kund. They were offending Srila Prabhupada. And Aindra Prabhu heard about it and he didn't like it. So he had those books of those from Radha Kund. Aindra Prabhu burned them. He brought the lighter, he put all the books on the line and he burned them out. He said, no books from there. How they cannot understand, like Srila Prabhupada's position. And about the Sankirtan, that Aindra Prabhu was really, really like he did all his life. Everybody knows that what Aindra Prabhu did. So it's nothing new to talk about. But now it's our turn. How to be loyal to Aindra Prabhu and how to be always present with full of our heart temple that he's calling each and every one of us. So we have to be there. We have to be there. We have to be there. So that's the way we can please him. Just be with, put our heart into the holy name, come to the service, and really, Aindra Prabhu's last word, I remember Damodar Ashram and me, Aindra Prabhu was never letting us to go like, just this is done, you did your shift. No, Aindra Prabhu always wanted to preach about Srimad Bhagavatam. It was really like a really deep, he never wanted to accept that he has this position of Siksha. After days and days after days, one time my Guru Maharaj told him personally, then he was like, okay, you can stay and I can try to teach you. But he was really, really humble. He was not considering himself anything. So now we have a great opportunity, this golden age, and such a blessing from Srila Prabhupada and Aindra Prabhu and this 24 Kirtan members, all of you. So we all should take Aindra Prabhu's mood, his mission, his service to another.
Every time. Time is so short. There's so many devotees. I would love to hear much more from Jai.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare. I just want to thank everyone for your sharing. It's really important for me. I've never met Aindra Prabhu, but still, like Aranya Hari Prabhu told me yesterday evening, Aindra Prabhu, it's like Srila Krishna Das Babaji Maharaj for Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur. Aindra Prabhu, it's like the same, but for our Srila Prabhupada. Yeah, and I just heard actually this morning that the one conversation recorded, and one Mataji asked that I'm coming from Mangalarati, and there is always Vibhavarishasha, then Panchatattva Mahamantra, then Pranam Mantra to Srila Prabhupada. She said, I want to chant only Hare Krishna, I feel. Is it like favorable? Is it good? And Prabhu said, no. Like, asking from Srila Prabhupada, from Aindra Prabhu, and from all of you Vaishnavas, please bless me when maybe once I will little bit also I can also understand a little bit of this importance of chanting Mahamantra. Sripad Aindra Prabhu ki, Srila Prabhupada ki.
Thank you so much, Prabhu. Next we'd like to call Smita Krishna Prabhu. Here's another quote from Aindra Prabhu. Kaliyuga is an ocean of innumerable hole-like faults.
The worship of his devotee, the Vaishnava. By the grace of Vishnu, a Vaishnava can render better service than Vishnu. That is the special prerogative of a Vaishnava. The Lord actually wants to see his servants work more gloriously than himself. Thus, the Supreme Personality of Godhead gives credit to a devotee who performs any heavy task perfectly. As we all know, Sripad Aindra Prabhu just sat in Vrindavan Dham and performed so much service and by his chanting that was so powerful that it impacted the whole world, that even so many years...
Prabhu and their team from Delhi, and Nimesh Prabhu from Bangalore, Dr. Ujjwal Mataji, Shreyas Prabhu and Gopal Sevak Prabhu. Also one devotee who wanted to be anonymous. He's from Dubai. He's disciple of His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, and he donated 50,000 rupees for today's program. A big Haribol for all of them. Haribol! Then my special gratitude and special thanks to Purnima on Instagram. These are the Matajis who, their team actually make the beautiful, beautiful garlands, anklets, and all kind of you can say flowers, and even sometimes the ornaments as well. They really go out of their skin to do a lot of seva. I was very late to tell Mataji yesterday that we need these garlands which are there on the photographs, pictures of Srila Prabhupada, Sripad Aindra Prabhu and Shri Nitai Shachi Sutta. And it was really, really late, but Ananya Bhakti Mataji spoke with Govinda Mataji, and as always the answer was yes, not a no. They didn't say no, you are too late to tell us. They are just amazing. My sincerest gratitude, Govinda. Oh, Govinda Mataji is here. Thank you, Mataji. Thank you so very much. A big Haribol, 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 Haribol. Then a very, very special thanks to Krishnambara Mataji. She is not here. I don't see her. She was up whole night. Since yesterday morning until whole night she was up. The all flower decoration you are seeing here in this Samadhi area and in Aindra Prabhu's deity's room. She is really a kind of professional to get all the flower decorations done. Okay, and she's woke up the whole night. She was working very, very closely with all the flower decorators. Now do like this, do like that. All these flowers, this should be done this way, this basket should be here, this, all the minute details she actually worked upon that. And Parikshit Prabhu was also, up for the whole night. To both of them, really thank you so very much. A big Haribol for them. Haribol! Then our Brahmachari Mohandas, he is not here. He has gone to take rest, I believe, or I don't know where he is. He was coordinating a lot. He's chanting. Yes. So he's chanting his japa because he was also up for the whole night, and he coordinated with, I don't know with how many people. Then I want to express my gratitude to our cook, Girdhari Lal Prabhu, who cooks for the deities every day. Okay, and nobody notices. I mean, few devotees definitely notice, but he's always on the back end of the background. He does so many services. He's a one-man show. He's worshipping the deities. He's decorating them. He's cooking for them. I mean, he's just busy the whole day. So a big Haribol for both of them. Hari Bol! And last but not the least, our sincerest gratitude to our all kirtan devotees who are living in the ashram, or they are from community, or they come from Delhi, Mumbai, Gujarat, US, UK, around the globe, wherever they are coming from, supporting us. A big thanks, a big gratitude from 24-hour Kirtan department. Thank you so very much. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Sripad Aindra Prabhu ki! Sripad Aindra Prabhu appearance day ki! So I'll hand over the mic to His Grace Mukundat Prabhu to kindly lead Pushpanjali. For Pushpanjali we have flowers. So please don't rush to the altar so that it should not be a stampede kind of situation. Kindly be patient. The flowers will reach you. So stay at your place where you are. And as Prabhuji guides, so we'll work accordingly. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So we will chant together because we are already late. And we keep it short. As Aindra Prabhu also, he was mostly trying to chant the holy names and he was not so much into the rituals. And so we'll chant the short Mangala Charan, and after that will be Artik, and then the chanting of the holy names. We'll chant together. Om Ajnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Salakaya Chakshuran Militam Yenam Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Sri Chaitanya Manobhistam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Sayam Rupakadamayam Tadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Uttapad Kamalan Sri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shirupam Sagrajatam Sagana Raganatanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Saitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padan Sagana Lalita Sri Vishakanvitam Scha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dina Bandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namastute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshari Vrishabhano Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhuvya Evacha Paritanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo 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 Hare Hare Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Aindra Prabhu Riti Namine Srila Aindra Prabhu Ki Jai Esa Pushpanjali Esa Pushpanjali Esa Pushpanjali Srila Aindra Prabhu Ki Srila Prabhupada Ki Sri Sri Gaunitai Ki Sri Sri Krishna Balaram Ki Sri Sri Radha Shama Sundar Ki Artik, who will sing?
Hare Krishna. Sripad Aindra Prabhu ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Manita Nitai Gaur Pramanande, Hari Hari Bo. Sansarada Vanalidhalo Katranaya Karunna Ghana Ghanatvam. Praptasya kalyana gunanavasya vande guru shri Mahaprabhu Kirtan Nitya Gita Vaditra Madhyan Manasura Sena Romanchakam Pashutaranga Bhajo Vande Guru Shri Charanara Shri Vigrahara Dhana Nidyanana Shringara Tanmandira Madhanado Yuktasya bhaktan shanyunjatope vande guru shri charanara Chaturvedha shri bhagavat prasada sadhana tiptan Hare Bhakta Sangha Kridaiva Tritim Bhaja
भजत सदैव वन्दे गुरो श्री राधिका माधवयर पारा श्रृंगार तन्म माधुर्य लीला गुण रूप नाम राधिका माधवयर पारा माधुर्य लीला प्रतीक्षण स्वादनलोलुपस्य वन्दे गुरो श्री हे वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणरविन्द हे वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणरविन्द वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणरविन्द हे निकुञ्जयो नो रसिकेनि सेद्यायालि वीरुक्तिरभिक्षया तत्राति दक्ष दन्तिबलवस्य वन्दे गुरो श्री साक्षाधरीन्द्रेण समस्त शास्त्रे उक्तस्तथा भाव्यत एव सन्ति किन्तु प्रभुर्य प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरो श्री यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत् प्रसादो यस्य प्रसादात् न गति ध्यायन् शुभं शस्त्रे संयं वन्दे गुरो श्री वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणरविन्दं हे वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणरविन्दं हे वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणरविन्दं Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Ram. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
A small announcement, please kindly pay attention. The prasad is starting in the next partition. So devotees who want to honor prasad, they can actually proceed. Second is, we need at least 4 to 5 volunteers to clean the festival kitchen. Matajis who have cooked there, they really need help. So 4 to 5 devotees we need for the cleaning. Please do come. Okay?
Hare Rama, oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Radha Sham Sundar Radha Sham Sundar Radhe Jaya Lalita Vishakha Jai Radhe Sham Lalita Vishakha Jai Radhe Sham. Hey Krishna Balaram Jai Krishna Balaram. Hey Krishna Balaram Jai Krishna Balaram. Gauranita Jai Gauranita Jai Gauranita Jai Gauranita Jaya Nitai Sachi Sutta Jaya Nitai Sachi Sutta Nitai Sachi Sutta Jai Nitai Sachi Sutta. Gaura hai, Gaura hai, Gaura hai, Gaura hai. Nidai hai, Nidai hai, Nidai hai, Nidai hai. Jaya Aindra Prabhu, Aindra Prabhu. Aindra Prabhu, Jai Aindra Prabhu. Prabhu hai, Prabhu hai, Prabhu hai, Prabhu hai. Jaya Vaishnav Thakur, Vaishnav Thakur. Vaishnav Thakur, Jaya Vaishnav Thakur. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Make two lines. Watch me. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Haribo. Oh Haribol, Haribol. Hey Haribol, Haribol. Hey Gaur Nityananda bol, Haribol, Haribol. Gaur Shri Advaita bol, Haribol, Haribol. Gaur Dada bol, Haribol, Haribol. Hey Gaur Shri Vasa bol, Haribol, Haribol. Hey Gaur Bhakta Vrinda bol, Haribol, Haribol. Hey Gaur Bhakta Vrinda bol, Haribol, Haribol. Haribol, 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 Haribol. Jai Jaya Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Gaur Premanande. Jai Jai Sri Radhe.